really supposed to be 4 instead of 3. I was like, wait.
So,
Amanda, we started an hour ago. Where were you?
I got some new art done.
Oh, nice.
Oh, snap.
Yeah.
You shall not
Look
pass.
at that.
It is. It's Gandalf. He's not done yet. I still got to do color. But...
Well, you're going to show it again. I missed it. That seems a pretty significant addition for your brand new character.
Oh, no.
But we haven't
So
even
when we
tested
kill him
it.
off this week, he's going to have to find a way to scratch all that out.
Yeah,
Sleeve.
that could be
I'll just make it
problematic.
something slightly different. No,
This is Randolph.
Randolph. His twin brother, slightly autistic or something. I don't know. He's going to be a part of like a big geek culture thing. So I'm going to get him. He's going to be there, and then I'm going to have like Hogwarts Castle somewhere, and then a giant dragon. And he's actually Gandalf's going to be fighting the dragon with lightning, and the dragon's going to be breathing fire at him. It should be pretty cool.
I can help you with the fire part.
That sounds like an awesome T-shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you just don't
I-
like tattoos.
I've already got Star Wars on there, so I was like, you know what? Let's throw all my geek love on one arm. Let's just do it. So, I like it. I've been wanting to get a sleeve done for like 2 years now, so finally decided.
Gotta start
on what I want.
somewhere.
Yep. It should be done by the end of May, to tell you the truth. So,
Oh, nice.
You don't even have sleeves?
I do have sleeves.
How do you stay warm in the winter?
I'm very furry.
Whoa, you're a furry?
I'm a furry, yes.
Whoa.
No. So,
Oh, you learn new things every day, I guess.
yeah.
Some we could have lived without.
Mm-hmm.
So, get ready to track down and kill Cognar.
I mean, he does have a +1 axe and a shield of returning, so.
And Yushi already murdered him and hid his body in the woods.
Mm-hmm.
You guys don't need to know those.
Oh, is that what happened? Well, that makes so much more
Obvious.
sense.
I would not put it past her
No
to
one
kill
even
Cognar
questioned
in
it.
his
That's
sleep.
awesome.
Nobody even questioned it. They're like, oh, yeah, this sounds like Cognar. Sure, we believe you, Yushi. Sure. Sure,
why
Miss
do you- why do you-
Fire Prophetess lady.
I-
You
The
sound like
letter
a
was so
good
short.
guy.
I could see her, like, prying open his mouth, and he's like, I can see at the back of your throat, fireball. Boom! Inside, no resistance.
Cognar popped.
I mean, I could just like keep dimension dooring away from him just far enough where he could never reach me, and just kill him in like a few turns. Great.
You could, yes. Because I don't have resistance to your fire shit. I would eventually die. But you use up those 2
Eventually.
4th level slots, I'm going to catch up to you eventually.
Yeah, but Fireball has a really long range.
I know,
You're
but
a dwarf.
I can
You're slow.
save. I can save for nothing
Wait.
at the cost of a reaction. Ha ha. Anyway,
All right.
back to
So speaking of murdering each other, let's get everybody to roll a d20.
oh,
Oh, sounds like Allie's home. Go back.
Hey, Allie!
What a coincidence. As soon as we have to roll our d20s,
well, I rolled a 4 as well.
He didn't even roll.
You know, you would think that, but you guys heard Connor barking.
Yeah, well, no, we heard it.
I don't know. We don't have a camera. For all we know, he's like, okay, Connor, now. Oh, sorry,
Now.
guys. Allie's home.
And, you know, my dogs bark all the time and nothing.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah, my dog barks when the garage door goes up.
There's been other
Well,
times.
say hello to Allie for me. For us.
But first, roll a d20.
Hold on. Except for Amanda.
Mm.
That's just
And this is so Ryan will keep me alive this week.
Oh, I guess I should get in the right Roll20 game.
Got some purple haze for the week.
Maybe.
No. I'll send you one if you keep me alive. Damn. Bribery didn't work this turn. I'll try again.
All right,
I
real
would
quick,
happily accept the
really
bribe,
quick
but
before we start, I need an idea for a puzzle dungeon, like a puzzle in a dungeon.
Oh.
I know one that involves the green dragon.
They're only level 2. Go easy on them.
Nothing matters. Nothing matters. Level 2.
Yeah,
What's
something
the
like
classes?
that's like Legend of Zelda type puzzle. You know, something that's not lethal, but like isn't like
boring.
Yeah.
Well, I know
Like,
when we
easy.
did one
Like,
with our
I don't
family.
want. It's not a skill challenge. It's like this is a puzzle.
When Ryan made one for a sibling game that we did in person, he had a little bitty puzzle that was interesting. You go to this wizard because it was inside this cave, and there's this door that we had to figure out the code to unlock. And there was like items throughout the room, and like somehow I don't remember it completely because the cards
were like the words of the code were written on the objects themselves. Like it was something along the lines of didn't use verbs, and you had to solve the puzzle that was on the door.
Yeah.
So like Green Dragon was GRNDRGN, and Broom was BRM, and
oh, that's
there was a
number
couple.
one. Sorry, I'm not Cognar anymore.
Not that you guys.
But in the end, the passphrase or whatever wound up being strength in numbers. So it was something that didn't have anything to do with any of the objects, but you had to figure out how the code worked effectively.
It took us a solid it took us a good while, mostly because some of us.
Also because we just stopped in the middle of the night and we picked up there the next session so that you guys had
we
time
were
to
all too drunk to figure out the puzzle.
I don't give a fuck anymore.
You also
It's really hard,
you could also
Ryan.
steal one of those what are they called? Matt, Marisha, and Laura and Travis just did one.
Celebrity D&D?
No. It's where they have to get out of the mage's room.
Oh yeah, the escape room.
Room. So it's like a 30-minute thing, and you have a whole bunch of clues where they have to eventually find a spell, cast it, kill the wizard, and then get out of the room. And so basically they had to
just take all of the ideas for puzzles.
Yeah.
No, I think I like the door idea, like doing some kind of a puzzle involving the door.
It's basically the same thing. I
mean,
what they did is they had to translate runes, they had to craft a potion, and then they had to use tarot cards to open up something to get an item, and then they had to use that to cast a spell. Which you could do the same thing. But I think the idea of like having to investigate and translate things and use wordplay is really cool. It would go way over my head because
I think what I want to do is use it more as an opportunity to try to integrate more of the lore of my world into it. So use that as part of the puzzle to open the door. I think is a good way to
hopefully
take
they're
it.
keeping notes. You'll be trapped.
Well, it's still kind of at the beginning. So, if you use it as an opportunity to be like, DM's going to talk for a little bit, listen, kind of a thing.
Oh yeah, you could totally find the recording in the wall, and it's some mage that left a voice recording for you at one point.
Oh, that'd be interesting, like a crystal.
Oh, you know what? You could put a dead body with a book that says, "I was so far through this quest, and here is what I know," and then you narrate. And that gives them the backstory of like how far he got through the puzzle.
You run around and pick up the journals.
I like the idea of like sound crystals. Like you have to play a certain melody to open the door. That's interesting.
Mm-hmm. And then,
okay.
and then
I'm
maybe,
inspired.
and maybe
I'm
at the
inspired.
end, end of those sound crystals, it means a specific like place, creature, item, and then you have to use those like on the door in sequence. Like you have those items around the room. They have to hear the sound thing. So they hear the sound thing, find the item, and put it into the right sequence. It could even have like a word. Oh, like okay. I remember. Okay, one of my favorite games growing up was it was called the Project of Time trilogy, and anyways, like there was a puzzle in the game where it was you were at this Buddhist temple, and it was literally it's the Buddhist chant, and you actually had to like spin these like
spin these things and actually like do the chant in the correct order, and it was really interesting. Like I could do something like that. I think it'd work really well. Like have the words written on objects, and then they have to put them in the right order, and then do the chant. Like that'd be kind of a good puzzle. There we go.
Make the notes just happen to line up to be the Zelda door opening theme.
Zelda's lullaby.
All right, so Lucas, what did you roll?
I rolled a 4.
And Nick.
I rolled a 7.
You win
Wow,
today.
Congratulations,
You win
Nick.
I feel like this is like the third time I've done this in a row.
Welcome to my life.
Well, yeah,
I
Amanda
one
was
of
doing
those,
it like
I rolled
every
a
week.
natural 20. Like this should be Ben. Like, dude, like does my natural 20 mean nothing?
Not
That-
in
that-
recap.
Ben, roll.
And we
Oh,
even
he's
stalled
back.
this time. Like, he should be back.
All right, Ben.
Yay!
Congratulations.
You won.
I think I lost.
Oh, you win.
This means you get to spin it from your point of view. As favorable or
So-
disfavorable as you perceive the last session to be for the party's sake.
Somebody's going to help me remember because I think it started with me having my procedure,
Pretty much.
Yeah,
and
then
then we
Started with-
like,
And Tribor, and then going to meet up with Mushi.
yeah. So
How's-
Corneo and I came back from our medical procedures, and Corneo is blind in one eye now. I have like one arm that's useless.
Tip top
All
shape.
right.
I still don't know why I volunteered to have it done to my arm as opposed to say like my back.
Her face.
but then you wouldn't be able to carry anything
Or move, or wear armor.
or wear armor.
Okay, well, fair enough.
Well,
The chafing, man, it just
He
gets
should
to
have
you.
just done it. He should have just done it to his big toe.
Then you can. Oh well, yes. Gerbender doesn't
Don't
wear
then you'd have
shoes.
disadvantage on like dex checks and stealth
On
checks.
walking, on walking.
He already has disadvantage.
You'd be like
on-
at half speed. Like we don't need that shit.
Just for the Drunks and Dragons podcast, we know what we would have done it to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just
I'd
listened
have
to that
disadvantage on everything.
episode.
Anyway, so, yes, we got down there, and Yushi told us that Cognar had run off like a little bitch.
Yep.
And there was this random wizard guy we met who was like stalking us. Seems to know way too much about us.
Yep.
Yeah,
do
definite
not
creeper.
trust him.
I mean, you haven't really met him yet.
I don't care.
And we let Mushi do a lot of talking, which was dangerous. But
No, it's totally not dangerous, guys.
but
Look where we are.
she talked us into a tentative alliance with the other
Very
Earth
nice
guy.
guy.
What was the reward he wanted out of it?
The hammer.
He wants
Some-
a pick.
Some hammer.
Well,
right?
no,
It's
we-
a pick.
No,
No, we told him he
agreed that
can't
no
have
one-
that.
Oh no, that's right.
Mushi
He wants
knows
the blacksmith
exactly.
That's right.
what
He
she-
wants the
what-
blacksmith hammer.
Oh,
Yushi knows
the
exactly
Azarius
this.
Malleus. I remember that. I got it written down. Yes.
You're right. I forgot about that.
Yeah, because we
What
said
he really wanted was the
A
pick. and
weapon
we said
Mushi
no.
is familiar with that the rest of the party hasn't heard.
Yep, and I was super stalkery, and I was like, I threw a note on the table and was like, by the way, guys, don't give him the pick.
because we're gonna trust this random asshole.
As
But you
opposed to
did.
this other random asshole.
He's only partly a random asshole.
well, the note just kind of refreshed all of our memories. So it's not so much that we trusted you. It's like, oh yeah, no, that's the thing. But we still don't fucking trust you. Why the fuck do you know
Guys.
about it?
Nobody's asked.
The party's famous enough that you've got a groupie.
He likes us killing halflings.
I have heard that song, yes.
Apparently, everyone has.
Yep, because Cognar's a little bitch.
And he ran off.
Feelings, one bit.
Sounds like that song's gonna have a new verse added to it once Gerbender comes to the nearest bard.
And Cognar's a little bitch.
And yeah, so think we just left it off with we'd made our agreement and
You
trying to
see,
figure out where the hell
Mushi
we're going next.
came to terms with Larock,
Shook
and
hands.
upon a handshake, I believe we
Turn
ended
my
the session.
article.
Yeah, dude,
So the-
that dude's like joining us, right?
So half of the party still remains inside. Excuse
Over
me.
half.
Inside of the inn in Westbridge. The other half still kind of waiting very patiently outside, looking at this crowd of some 40 plus people outside, as well as 3 of these stone-faced priests the party has come to conflict with.
I wouldn't say very patiently, considering that people are like passing notes back and forth and trying to get involved in conversations that had nothing to do with them.
I thought Gorneo walked inside. At
Yeah,
one point.
Renee walked inside, Grabender walked inside and sat down right next to Mushi. Mushi is currently seated at the table across from Larock, and Loxus remains at the door, peeking in. There are still a number of hobgoblins scattered across this room with very stern faces on their mugs. Despite all of this goings on, there are a scattering of individuals with stone faces that you encountered both in the monastery as well as below the city of Red Larch, as well
Sure,
as
it's not
now,
very stern mugs on their faces.
as well as 2 individuals who you all now identify to be halflings. Dardragon, the owner and proprietor of this inn, as well as Darrow Nettleby, an individual whom the party has had conflict with in the past.
Yeah, I had to go in to set the record straight
I
because
mean-
Darrow was being a little bitch.
I mean, Gerbender and
I would have said it
Mushi.
straight.
It's not exactly the party. It's those two.
Hey, we're the only originals left.
The original
And he actually
party.
doesn't even recognize Mushi. If
Guilty
Mushi
by
wanted to lie,
association.
if Mushi like wanted to lie to him and be like, "I'm somebody else," like he could argue.
Or he could.
Could he?
I'm familiar enough.
No, I've spoken to her. I've talked to her. I've bathed her. I know it's Mishi.
Oh,
Nettleby doesn't know that.
Oh,
I
Nettleby.
think that's what Nick was
Let's
trying to
try
get
to
to.
Grabender also bathed and showered Nettleby to
He
help
did,
make him.
you know.
You know, just to remember him by.
But there was also the earlier excursion into the inn where Mushi and Sedina recognized a very large lumbering individual resting in the nearby adjacent room, the kitchen.
I don't think we recognized him.
It was a
You
giant of some kind, right?
Spotted him in the
Yeah,
back.
but okay. I was like, wait. Do I actually know who he is? Because what? Because I don't remember that part. But yeah, no, we spotted him.
Frank!
Frank the Hill Giant. Frank the Hill
He's a
Giant,
giant.
right?
All right,
The Hill Giant.
it's canon. Frank the Hill Giant.
Now I know she's like
Mushi
evil.
shake hands with Larock, and this series of golden runes dance across either of their forearms, ending almost up to the elbow, before it seems to sear with a bright light for a brief moment before fading away, completely invisible. Very strikingly similar to when Grabender struck a deal with Galecore in the city of Red Larch, and he received that necklace with a number of trinkets adorning it. A similar fashion of runes woven with gold.
Don't
Flashed
we owe
before
him
their
some money?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. We have lots. Okay.
I'm glad I've got the bag now with all the money in it.
view.
Yeah.
Who do we owe money to?
Gail Kerr. He's
The guy who
that
sold us the magic items.
magic items back in Red Larch. He sold Katrina magic items.
I was gonna say I don't remember him.
He walked into a mirror where all of his shit was.
No, I don't recall. Yeah, no, I remember him. I actually think I have his name written down here.
I think I owe him like 10 gold for a shield, and that's about it.
And it was Gorneo who bought an item from him, not Katrina.
Oh, what's her name?
What did I buy from him?
Roll me a history check, because at this point it's very possible it's been more than a month.
And it's probably in the bag of holding.
No, it definitely hasn't been more than a month because you have been very clear that it's barely Barely been a month since we last got our shipment.
No, it's been almost a month since that last shipment. That's
Right,
what I was
Been
saying.
like 5 weeks in the freaking bog.
And we bought stuff from that guy after our last shipment.
Oh,
We
right.
still needed stuff.
Timelines, man.
Nevertheless,
I was in Red Lark with Gorneo.
No, you were not. I don't believe.
No.
No, I was
Katrina.
never in Red Lark with
But
Gorneo.
But
you
Katrina
remember
told
a
you.
certain individual. No, not Katrina. You remember a certain Feathergale knight who was sent to Red Larch on behalf of the party, and he returned with a number of items from Galeker. The
yeah,
party
that's right.
basically asked the Feathergale Knights to go pick up any items that can help them in their journey, and he returned with items from Galeker, and with a message from Galeker saying, "You guys can take what you want, and just pay me back the next time you're in town." The party received a number of items, and on Gorneo's behalf, a potion of dark vision was accepted.
Oh, I wasn't there that session.
Right.
That's why I don't remember it.
That would make sense.
Because you just told me the next day, you were like, you have a potion of dark vision. I was like, cool. That makes more sense.
Seriously, Nick trying to
Gorneo's
weasel out of
memory.
his obligations.
All right, so the party remains inside of this inn. Mean Mug and hobgoblins all over the place.
I believe.
40 plus individuals leering now at Loxus and Sedina
Oh,
Wolfpaw
that's right.
outside.
I'm still outside.
So I'm still trying to figure something out. So these hobgoblins, they have mugs with like mean faces on them.
Yes, they
Is that
do.
is that a thing? Like,
Like
do I
a
need to get
series
a
of-
mug that has a face on it?
Novelty.
If you would like, you can inquire with the proprietor of this inn to see if you can buy one of these collector's mugs.
Oh, novelty collector's mugs. Man.
If
I mean, I don't. You know, we're on the same side now. I want to make sure that we're all good to go.
I don't know if you're on the same side as the halfling owner, but you're certainly on the same side as Larock, it seems.
Well, I figure Laroc's in charge, which means that we're all on the
As
same
far
side as
as-
everybody else.
Geometrically, you're on the opposite side of the room from the bar where the halfling is standing.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
Okay, so I'm thinking maybe we should start to, plot out exactly the way we should go about this. That's
Good
okay.
way
I'm
with
gonna,
the plan.
spread out the map, make it a little flatter.
Actually pulling out the map?
It's been out, hasn't it?
Yeah,
Because we've been kind of like, hey, maybe we should
because
make it out
Gorneo,
here.
that's why he came inside, because he said he could fill in the parts that he saw.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, if Corneo wanted to sketch in
Excuse me.
your lovely artwork, that's cool too. In the short time we've been sitting here, I've been thinking. We spoke earlier about you going through the Riverguard Keep and us going through the monastery, so we can have, two different waves of people on two opposite sides and hopefully be able to dwindle their numbers down so neither of us are too overpowered by their forces.
Glad you're showing my companions such great concern. However, you mentioned you'd already cleared out the monastery and most of the Black Earth Temple, leaving me and my men to make our way through the entirety of the River God Keep, as well as the Temple of the Crushing Wave.
And this is why I was thinking further. And I think if we could still go through the monastery, we would be able to begin clearing out the underneath of the Riverguard Keep, whatever the name of it is. As you are clearing up
Crushing Wave.
Crushing wave.
the Temple of what?
Crushing
Temple.
The
wave.
Crushing
Wave.
Wave.
Crushing Wave. The Temple of Crushing Wave. We could begin clearing that out from our passage near the fountain as you invade their Riverguard Keep. And so we could begin below as you begin up high. And in order for us to collaborate, We could loan you one of our earrings that are able to reach great distances apart, so we could easier communicate with each other throughout our journey in this. So it won't take us long to be able to clear out if there's more forces in the rock temple thing. We could probably easily clear them out and make our way to the fountain. And as we get to the fountain, you can proceed with the Riverguard Keep. And then we'll just kind of keep going until we find a reasonable place to meet. And then we could just join forces and go from there.
And what of the people of Westbridge? Who's to remain to defend them, should the cultists return?
Who would you suggest?
I'm asking you. My men and I are here now, defending them from these very scum you wish to annihilate. And now you're proposing I take all of my men with me to the keep?
I'm not sure it's necessary you take all your men.
Well, have you been to the Riverguard Keep before?
It would be necessary.
Perhaps some details
Yes.
I think
to give a better idea of how many and what sorts of my associates to bring with.
I believe it would be smart
Bring
for
with
you
what?
to take all of your men. However, we have connections with the Feathergale Spire, and we could, as long as we could get a hold of them, I know that they would be willing to come and protect this town in your absence.
That's a long way, Mushi.
They have birds; they can fly.
It's
I mean,
still a long way.
I don't have a lot of birds left.
No, they
They have
don't.
Don't
lost
kill them.
many birds in this battle. They have already sacrificed
I
quite a bit.
believe they have 3 giant vultures and 1 griffin left.
But we could get some of them.
And 2 hippogriffs, if I'm remembering correctly.
I don't know. I killed all
It's
my
not a-
flying stuff when I was up.
I
It's
know.
not a huge
Lots of them have
town.
been wiped out. On
As long
this.
as we could get some of the Feathergale Knights to come and protect it in our absence.
Mushi, roll me a persuasion check.
What
I want
about
to. I want to
I'm
assist
gonna-
her
I'm gonna
by
say
pointing
with-
out that
Gor-
if we're engaged with their forces, it's unlikely they're going to have any to spare to roam the countryside.
Gorneo will
So I
chime
was
in.
going to say with disadvantage because Gorneo's right there telling you that it's a very far away for the Feathergale Knights to be traveling to protect this city. So with Grabender, they're kind of helping you out on your side. Go ahead and just roll a straight roll. Just a straight persuasion.
Woo! There's their
And
charisma
Yushi.
coming in.
I love my charisma.
It finally pays
Yushi,
off.
because the advantage, disadvantage canceled out here, do you still have any points of exhaustion? Or are you
No,
done?
I'm
Okay.
exhausted.
Good to know. So his eyes kind of drift as each of you kind of speak over one another for a brief moment before his eyes kind of fall between you and Grabender and kind of nods in understanding. If you trust these Feathergale Knights and you believe them capable of defending these people, I could leave a number of my own behind to ensure that these knights do their job successfully. They've been very anxious, nervous, and untrusting of strangers and outsiders thus far. You've seen the damage that some such wanderers have wreaked upon their town.
I
Indeed.
can't argue with that much.
I believe that if we consider this carefully, we will see that small forces striking quickly in unexpected places are likely to have the best chances. And we have seen. Okay, time out for out of character, just real quick.
We have seen
What have we seen?
I'll pick up from we have seen.
the vendor has cast time stop.
No. He did the Zach Morris timeout.
Yeah.
Time out.
So, basically, I kind of want to go back to the the water place and kick their asses because we haven't had a good fight in a while.
Oh, you want to go topside?
So yeah, I'm
You
thinking
wanna go
that
to the
this
keep?
guy,
If we just
You know-
all go together, you mean?
if he's an Earth guy, he's probably better off going through the tunnels,
Through the earth tunnels. That makes
Oh,
sense.
and we go through the keep.
and we go back to the keep.
I mean, Gorneo wants to go to the keep.
Gerbender
But
has.
but I'm
pretty
not
much
going to argue with you
seen
guys.
pretty much
so.
the whole keep except for the way down.
That's true.
To the
And
crushing
Gorneo knows who's in charge there because I've ran into those guys.
that kind of makes sense for us to go down there. He should know the Earth cultists.
I think everybody knows who's in charge there.
I do.
Because whenever the party, because for Gerbender and Mushi, you heard the name Jolliver Grimjaw when you came into contact with the B team. Loxus, you know for reasons, and Gorneo,
For reasons. I'm
you
a stalker.
Witness
because of your background feat, are familiar with some of their doings.
That
The
was
individuals
the
who are
and,
guarding the River Guard keep.
You know, a little.
Well, didn't
out of
I see?
character.
Aren't those the guys that I saw at the bar in?
You saw
No.
Gar Shatterheat.
That was another group of bodyguards you saw in Red Larch protecting the guy who was in charge of the warehouse that was holding your deliveries.
No,
This-
Yartar. When I was in the bar at Yartar, I
Gar
saw all those.
Shatterkeel
You saw a
was
couple
there.
of those guys, but you recognized the flag that was waving above the River Guard keep. That's how you are familiar with the individuals who are presumably housed within.
Oh yeah. But you also
The
ran
individuals
into
you saw in Yartar just happened to be water cultists.
Yeah.
Not necessarily the same group of individuals from the River Guard keep.
And then
No, I actually I heard them say, "Me,
You
I
heard-
am so and so."
You
I'm going
heard
to
that they were
Riverguard."
going to River Guard keep. It's like
Write that.
It's like having Group A protecting Place Y, and then Group B saying we're going through Place Y. Doesn't mean Group B is protecting Place Y at all, or even associated. They're just possibly doing
Specifically.
trade, or making their way through, or possibly going to reinforce, or just running an errand.
he can make that assumption.
Absolutely.
But you don't. What Ryan's saying is, for a fact, you don't know if the guys that we saw at Yartar are directly in line with
Right.
Riverguard Keep. We just know that they're going, or they were going to that location.
And
Sure.
I guess.
and as well as Grebender did see
Gorneo's
the-
kind of smart and kind of wise. He's gonna put
The
two and two
river
together,
maid.
Yeah,
is
yeah,
what
yeah.
you say.
Cognar was
The
dumb and he
River
put
Maid
2 and 3
ship.
together.
in River Guard's keep whenever he did his scrying spell for that area.
I also
River
went
Maid.
and peed next to it.
That's true.
But you didn't spot the name of the ship until you scryed, I believe.
No, we knew about it because we stole it once.
You stole it once, but you didn't steal it from River Guard Keep.
No, but we knew
So
that.
you're familiar with the name, the River Maid.
Yeah. That's the one that Cognar died in, right?
That's the one Cognar died in,
Yeah.
And then
Same
resold and repaired and
in half, and then left half sank.
That was a fun session of Amanda cheating.
Right?
I'm a sailor.
I got 2 characters mixed up. I made 2 characters at the same time. And then
I can totally handle all these sailing checks, no problem.
That was great.
Oh, guys,
I
I
can change her background.
Oh,
She
my
was a
God.
sailor now.
That was
You hear it.
That was great. Okay.
She's a sailor now. Okay, happy.
All right.
Loxus is standing outside just kind of listening to what's going on inside.
Are we presuming time in?
So,
Right.
we have been to the Riverguard Keep. I have been inside its walls before we understood who ran the place. I think perhaps it would be best not that you take your men to the surface, but that you take a small force of skilled men through the tunnels. I believe your familiarity and powers with the earth will do you better there, whereas we can call upon the powers of ourselves to take the castle.
Can you identify any of the rooms that you've cleared out yourselves on this map.
Before we do that, I would like to point out this room, I believe, and tell them of the woman there. I think that's the place.
Yep.
And just
Don't mess
tell
with
them
that one.
to avoid that room. There is a lady in there, and she does not care to be a part of anything. Just leave her be.
She was a Dow, right?
Yep.
She's a very large person.
And we also know that that room is now short one very fancy tapestry.
There's more if you guys want to make some more money.
So Zarvadim is still in the employ of the Black Earth.
Oh, that's a name.
That is a name. Could you repeat that name?
Can you write that down for me, please?
Corneo already remembers it.
He shoots Loxus a very quizzical look like, we're not BFF. You can write it yourself. But he does repeat the name, Zarvadim.
My notes are so disheveled right now. I don't know where the hell. Where I've got names. Where I've got.
I think we did this room.
Amanda, I'm just going to ask you to just say if you're going to identify them.
Yeah, we will identify. I'm like, I don't remember though. I don't know if he wants to do this in character or not.
The only ones we didn't clear were the Broken Hall Kennel and Brog Norb's lair. Everything else we went through.
That's not entirely true.
That I remember.
For instance, there was a Shrine of Bleeding Stone.
Well, I'm not going to tell him that I didn't go there. Cognar seriously ran through everything. But anyway, Cognar's not here anymore.
Cognar didn't go in that room.
Which room?
There are double doors even Cognar cowered away
Shrine of
from.
Bleeding Stone.
The shrine?
Shrine.
Cognar has only backed away from one door in his life. And it was a door to a lich.
I don't know. That's a double door, so that's two more.
Apparently the double doors you backed away from were those right there.
Oh, were they?
We didn't make it to the Hall of Warriors, did we?
Hall of Warriors? Where's that?
Up at the top.
Yeah, we did. That Gorneo bamfed through there and popped one of the guards before he could go warn people.
Yeah.
That's where Cognar and Gorneo were duking it out with the ogres.
This is where that
Yeah, I ran into the guard post because I was taking watch, and I was like, oh yeah, there's a fire trap. And then I was like, I'm going to go kill everything. Don't worry, guys.
Amanda, this is the room that you and Grabender chased down the shadow demon, fought the stone
killed
golem.
Me like
Yeah,
3
stone
times.
golem.
Razan identified as one of his own stone golems.
Yeah, he definitely killed me.
Yeah, that was fun.
Oh, and don't go into the North Chasm.
Because Mirage also told you that this little gap here has been sealed from one chasm to the other.
Well, we killed the roper there, didn't we? Yes,
Yeah.
Cognar jumped into his mouth.
It was sealed after the party made their incursion.
Oh, yeah. I remember. Okay.
And this is where we saved the druid from, around about here-ish.
Roundabout there-ish.
I would like to pass on the information the druid or the Mirage told, but I can't remember most of it. But if there's important questions you guys have, I will do my best to answer them. Amanda, and I'm terrible with remembering shit. It's great. Holy Cognar, we're here.
This is a Amanda person.
You chose to have a one-on-one conversation with the individual with all the answers, and now you're saying you didn't even write them down?
I did somewhere, and I agree.
And you dismissed him?
I didn't dismiss him. I just told him if he wanted to leave, he
Cognar
could.
dismissed him, and then Cognar pieced out.
Grabender's
So
really
Mish-
curious who Amanda is. He doesn't think he's met this person before.
Likes cobbler. Long walks on the beach with Allie.
And who's Allie?
Oh.
I believe it was a dark place in Waterdeep, if I remember right.
All right, so we are timing back in at this point in time.
I already continued my particular talk. I thought we were.
So you have indeed managed to clear out a greater percentage of the Temple of Black Earth. or at least what remains of them. If you wish me to make my way through to the south to meet you in the Temple of the Crushing Wave, I suppose we could take a small force, and this would be doable.
It's to the south. But Riverguard Keep is to the north, is it not?
No, Gerbender. It's to the south, east of here.
So, Ben,
The monastery is south of the keep.
the monastery is south of the keep. However, there was an errata released after we started this campaign and after the party made their way to the monastery, where Wizards of the Coast realized that those two locations were supposed to be flip-flopped because of that.
Yeah.
So,
So their official map is wrong.
what we're going to say is those tunnels you take on the way down just happen to wind
Crisscross.
the wrong way and crisscross. So the monastery leads to the north and the Riverguard Keep leads to the south.
It's
That's awesome.
magic. That's how it is. It's magic. You walk through a portal and you're down.
It goes unnoticed until you're like, oh yeah, that's not right at all.
Yeah, not when you have to draw out the whole map. Yeah, no, that doesn't work.
Yeah. So Ben, take a point of inspiration for that.
You're like, wait a second.
The guys who made the map was wrong.
Yeah, I was like, I swear I remember the keep being north of... What?
That's why there's staircases.
I mean, it's those winding tunnels to the Underdark, you know. Who knows?
Yeah, you know,
the dwarves.
hey,
The dwarves.
I understand.
The dwarves don't know how to dig straight. They know where north is, but they don't know how to dig straight.
They follow the veins, man.
They follow the veins.
They found a great batch of ale. There were weeks that they were digging those tunnels. Missed each other completely and just kept on going to the surface.
Yep. Drunk mining. Don't do it. Don't
So
drink.
how
don't
do
drink
I
and
how do I
mine.
grant myself?
On your
Inspiration.
character sheet, up towards the top of the main page. I
If
believe.
it's red, click
Oh, right.
it. It'll turn
Okay,
green.
so I have to give it to myself.
Yes. Just so that when we go map to map, you still have
Yeah,
it.
it stays on your character that way.
I gotta get my character sheet to come up. That'd be awesome.
Oh no! Don't break.
Oh, no.
Just being very slow for some reason.
This is day 3 that Corneo's been healing.
This
I'm still casting,
is
my
3. Gravender is still casting Cure
Cure.
Arms.
I'm casting penicillin on us.
How long does it take to get to the Riverguard Keep?
By horseback. Let's see, it's
Well, we only have 2 horses.
miles.
Yeah, I have a plus for inspiration. Woot.
20, 25, 30. So 40, so about 70 miles. So about a day and a half on horseback.
If we decide to push it.
So we're talking like 2 days. Actually, so it'd be doubled, right? If we walked.
Yeah, doubled.
So we're talking like 3-4 days to get there.
But first, we have to get a message to the Feathergill Spire to get them to come out here. So we'll have to wait here that time it takes them
You
to.
have a bird.
I have a bird. I do have a bird. Cogno left me this lovely trinket.
It should get there.
Nice. It'll get there, but then they'll have to bring it back.
Because Gerbender needs 8 days, and I need 7 days.
You want to wait an entire 10-day before we infiltrate that camp? That sounds like a long time.
No, well, I mean, we have to travel there.
Yeah. So, I mean, if we wait, like 2 days for the Feather Girl Spire, and then it'll be, 4 days to get there walking?
We could also consider trying to set a trap for them before we leave. Try to lure some of the cultists out and ambush them.
How do you suggest we do that? What kind of trap are you thinking?
Something where we get them to come out and we ambush them. That's pretty much what I was thinking.
But what could we use to get them to draw them out of their cave area, hideout, castle? Whatever.
Well, I suspect that Cognar may have made his way there. That's the kind of thing Cognar would do. So, maybe
That could be anything.
So, just throwing this out there, we do have an item, I believe. I don't know if we ever were told out of character. Do we have the orb still?
Mm-hmm. In
Oh.
the bag.
Off the table. Gorneo
You
will
have a
cut you off.
box.
Gorneo will totally cut you off if you start going down that road.
Yeah.
Off the table, Mushi.
That's something they want.
No.
Dangle a carrot in front of a horse.
Corneo and Mushi, roll me opposed charisma checks real quick.
I'm listening intently at what
Yeah,
they're
because I
talking
could
about.
totally win that roll.
You could.
But-
Natural 20.
you probably would.
Like, that's not even outlined in a red.
No.
Wow.
Wait, you're...
So, Corneo,
Wait, how
you
does it
do
work?
interrupt Mushi as she goes to start talking about
you
this
negative.
orb, but she continues just talking about it before she kind of realizes that you're saying something as she's speaking. So she finishes this whole sentence about the orb, and Laroc's interest seems a lot more focused. He's much... As his attention has kind of been shifting from one member of the party to the next, it's now locked with Mushi.
Yeah. Sitting right in front of me. I mean, I'm just saying it's something they want. We want somebody to lure them out.
Not sure we want to lure out the leaders, though. Which is what I'm
Mushi's-
confident that would do.
Mushi, they don't know we have it.
That's true too. It was just a suggestion. I mean, if you were looking for someone to lure them out, that was just my idea.
No, we can't use it.
And I'm sure that Loxus overheard that.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I rolled a 19 anyway, but...
Well,
I wasted a 19 on that, but anyway.
So what other, I mean, anyone else have any better options then if we're going to try and ambush them? First, I'm going to write a note to the Feather Yell's Fire.
Well, I remember when we were last there, they sent a patrol out to us when they realized there were people upon the road.
I have an idea.
And what's your idea?
Wait for the cover of night, turn invisible, go inside and open the door for you.
In the keep?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's certainly a good idea,
Yeah,
but
but we need people to protect
I'm
the
not
city.
sure that's going to cause us to ambush them.
And they wouldn't expect the door opening in the middle of the night.
This is true.
Is this an option? I could do that fairly easily. I've gotten right up to the door, and now I can go invisible.
Bender, roll me a history check real quick.
History check. History check. Let me get my character sheet open.
Because I
for
know there was a
history
few
check.
guards, but I think I could take them. Use a couple spirit beads, some stunning fists. It'd be fun.
Bender, you remember passing more than one door just on your way into the keep.
I do. There were like a double gate and a portcullis.
With a series of murder holes up above, aptly named.
Tell you what it really reminds me of.
And you do remember that Cognar happened to charge right through those rooms upstairs that housed those murder holes, but he never revealed any such information about what he found, other than he was attacked by the cultists relentlessly as soon as they caught sight of him.
That is true. Well, I did say that he ran through a door, and it was trying to be nonchalant. when they
Cognar
attacked.
definitely worded it as he was attacked, and
Yeah.
so he charged through that door
I was attacked.
to get at the cultists.
I was
I
attacked.
was.
And then I ran through the door, and I was like, hey guys, I'm just trying to get through here.
Cognar left out all the warnings he received before any shots were
No,
fired.
there was no
True,
warnings.
yeah.
I'm just saying that he went through there,
There
and there
was
was
no
like
warning.
12 guys,
Hey,
and then
hey,
he ran through.
don't let the DM try to humanize these people. They're cultists. They're trying to bring about the end of the world. Don't
Yeah,
humanize
cultists.
them. They're
Inside,
terrorists.
though.
Once
Who
again,
says the
don't
end of the
negotiate
world's
with
such a
terrorists.
bad thing, guys? Come on.
It means new campaign, guys. We should just let him do it.
We don't negotiate with terrorists, all right? Stop letting
All
them
right,
convince you
Yushi.
they're good people.
I'm
How
gonna
are you
make-
going to attempt to send this letter?
Well, I'm going to, I'm gonna let everyone see this first, but then I'm gonna do the little raven thing. I'm gonna use the little Cognar raven. And so I
We're
said,
close
please
enough to
return
it,
this
right?
raven to me as well, because I know it won't make it back from Cognar's last experience. They told him that they had to bring it back or something like that.
I think this should be close enough to use the raven.
Gerbender, weren't you able to just walk inside last time? How did you get in?
They invited us in.
I mean, does that look like a decent letter to everyone that has all the information we need? Am I missing anything? I'll ask everyone, make sure I'm not forgetting anything.
It looks fine to me, Miyushi.
Can't read it from way over there.
I have
Like
very good eyesight.
Like, block it from his view.
I think that would be sufficient, Yushi.
I'm gonna do this, just so you know, just to fuck with you.
I don't care. I will
Okay,
fuck
good.
right back.
You
Wow.
want to fuck on me?
Okay.
There are some things going on here.
And Mishi, Larock extends his hand. Would you mind if I took a gander at the letter before it was sent?
Of course.
I want to keep a close eye for spellcasting on it.
All right. Loxus, go ahead and roll me an perception check first.
Okay, that's a 10.
10.
That's great.
Solid number.
Solid.
Roll me an Arcana check.
Certainly. I'm gonna choose a different one.
I wonder if your Arcana is better than mine, because mine's always shit. See. Let's see.
13.
He's an int-based character, so it probably
13.
is.
If my dice would roll better, guys, but I got a 13.
I don't know, I just think Arcana's cursed.
I think these are the three I need to be using. I think my dice just hate me when I actually have to roll. Oh, that's what it is. They've been sitting for a week, not on the ones. Damn it, dice.
Hey, man. Sit on the ones. It's the way to go.
I know. They've been sitting on random numbers, and now they're all fucked. You're gonna have to go in the bag.
All right.
Is there anything
Okay.
you'd like to
So
add?
he sends over the letter and he says, very well. If you wouldn't mind informing them about the presence of some of my lesser than humanoid individuals, any kind of gestures towards the hobgoblins, so they don't mistake us for cultists.
They haven't fought the Earth Cult yet, have they? For us? On our behalf? No, that we're aware of.
Yeah, they did. Because the Earth Cult attacked the Feathergale Spire.
Oh, shit. That's right.
So there's what, hobgoblins?
Not their own is what I meant.
And what would I call the people he's leaving behind? Masked individuals?
Feel free to refer to them however you believe.
I would be
Most-
specific.
Point
Well, yeah.
across that they are not to be attacked on sight. Unless you want
the
the
Rock.
night fiends to be faced with return fire.
Knights. Something. Oh, Jesus.
I mean, is that reasonable? Yes, that explains it.
C-
About we
can your
allied them,
hobgoblins
and they are not to be
disguise themselves so they're not putting off the guards?
What's to put off about their appearance?
They like to hunt monsters.
It looks like Hammed, but
Yeah,
its arms
Lucius.
are the end.
And
What are
do
you
a
saying?
superb job at it.
Yes, I know.
That just looks so weird with the R and the M combining. I can't.
Get a bigger monitor.
It's fine, but the R and the M are like touching. It's like Hammed. Hammed. They should not be Hammed.
So instead of being in part of that conversation, I'm going to turn back out to our friend Sedina.
Sedina's still standing relatively nearby, longbow drawn. Her eyes have just been focused on this crowd of more than 40 individuals, constantly surveying for any sign of hostile movement as whatever conversation is happening inside. She's got her bow drawn, arrow notched, and pointed down at her side, but visibly at the ready.
And I'll whisper to Sedina, sounds like things are going well, but what do you think? Do you want to stay here and help God, or do you want to come with us?
Stay here and help God, the people.
Yes.
They don't mean them any sort of harm whatsoever.
No. From what I can tell, they are just trying to protect this town from the cultists.
And she slowly starts to loosen the grip on her notched arrow. And rather than just pulling it taut, it's still not.
It's slack.
It's slack and just at the ready. And her shoulders, so full of tension before, noticeably kind of start to relax as she stands tall once again. And she says, if you wouldn't mind, I suppose keeping an eye out on them for the foreseeable future might. I suppose I could stick around for some time.
And your fellow, will he be around as well?
I'll have to ask him. Greypaws often want to venture around, not stay put too long. Much like myself, however, given the circumstances, I might be able to persuade him.
Well, it'll do me much warmness in my heart if you stay and we know we have someone we can trust behind us.
Appreciated, stranger.
How rude of me. I have not introduced myself. I am Loxus Black. I come from Helvenplate.
Never heard of it.
It was just outside the woods of where you were passing through with Miyuji.
And it's odd that you know such things, but perhaps the time for introductions could come later?
Certainly, yes.
As she noticeably starts to just kind of relax even further and just releases her rear hand on her bow, sets it down at her side, and just continues surveying the crowd before you. Meanwhile, the crowd of 40-plus individuals, the stone-faced priests included, are all very keenly watching you, Loxus, as you stand in this doorway between the inn and themselves. They're all 40-plus pairs of eyes watching you. Specifically this doorway, but all watching you for any audible sort of hint of an attack or whatnot, any sort of command or the like.
So I'm going to point out to, what's his name?
Laura?
Laura. That the Feathergale Knights were attacked by cultists wearing the stone mask that some of his people are wearing. That it might be best if they were to take those masks off while the Feathergale Knights were here, just to avoid any sort of confusion.
I suppose I could see them to do it for a brief time. It is a symbol of pride among the protectors of Westbridge, to show that they are here as solemn as the stones that they walk upon, to remain no matter what they should encounter. But should your Feathergale Knights not be so keen upon this visage, perhaps they could be obligated to not garb themselves as such for a temporary time.
And it might be possible to explain the meaning of the masks once the knights are here and have come to know some of your men a bit.
Precisely why I believe it to be only temporary. After your knights arrive, I will have a number of them have such conversation with them to inform them about the specifics and the honor bestowed by wearing such a mask. For the Black Earth stole such honor to make it their own decorative garb. Your advice will be heeded.
So
Now then, go ahead.
how this is not prying too much. How did the relationship between yourself and Ernrail turn so sour?
You could say we were travelers with the same goal in mind. Each of us heading towards Tinderstrike, the pick. He happened to grace its location before I, and in return, he was quick to gain a number of followers. At first, I joined these followers, having spent a great deal of time with Marlos myself, but he was quick to sour to my presence, constantly fearing that I would make any sort of action to reacquire the pick. And in doing so, he grew weary of my own presence around him, and it slowly caused him severe discomfort, before eventually he roused a number of his own followers in a ploy against me, in a pitiful attempt to take my own life, for fear that I would reclaim this weapon from him. His fears unreasonable and unjust. Nevertheless, he acted upon them. And in doing so, a number of his cultists were slain in the process. I managed to escape just barely, and vowed that that pick would be mine. That's when I made my way out from the Black Earth cult and beseeched the individuals of Red Larch for assistance in my journey. I sought true believers of this cause. The same believers I believe you encountered, and the same believers that were felled by your blades and spells.
If you don't mind me asking, what is your beliefs? What did you seek
Step
for this
closer,
land?
child. It's harder to hear you so long as you remain near outdoors.
I'll walk in.
All right.
Call
Lots
me a
of
child. I'm probably
steps
twice his age.
inside. Probably. Who knows?
Can I do a
Repeat
medicine
your
check to see how old he is? No, I'm joking.
Why would that be? Medicine.
I don't know. Nature of the body?
Now
I'm
repeat
not
your
trained in
question,
medicine anyways.
child.
What?
Repeat your
Oh,
question, child.
What are your beliefs for this that you set out for?
The same beliefs that I hold here for the people of Westbridge. These individuals deserve every right to be protected from those false prophets like Marlos, who would use these tools that have been gifted to him by the gods themselves to cause destruction and wreak havoc, to protect those who are incapable of protecting themselves.
Well, that seems fantastic.
Whatever cost such protection would require, so long as that end goal is accomplished, whatever the cost, they will be protected. Because everyone who seems to ask him a question has to take off.
So you mean there are no boundaries to what you would do?
I suppose it would depend on the boundaries, but so long as it would be the survival of the many as opposed to the few. What boundaries did you have in mind?
None specifically, but every life deserves protecting.
Sorry, the missus needed ice cream.
Every life, even the cultists whose lives you seek to destroy.
They have forfeited the protection. The gods.
So then you would agree with me then. It's the needs of the many that outweigh the needs of these few.
Yes.
In most circumstances, yes. I do not believe that now is the time to have a philosophical discussion about the merit of the individual versus the mass.
Well, if you're ready to leave and begin this venture, I will follow you right out that very door.
What time of day is it?
I'll stick my hand out real quick and say,
It's about noon.
before we leave this table, don't you all have a contingent of paladins at the monastery at the moment?
We do.
We should probably inform them that the rock will be going through there.
Yes.
It would also be beneficial to inform Larock that you have a contingency of paladins present in the very location you asked him to wipe out.
No. We were going to escort you there. Introduce you to the paladins. And then leave from there to go to the Riverguard Keep.
Have you means of transporting yourselves by horseback or otherwise?
We figured we'd walk. We walk pretty much everywhere. Occasionally
We
we'd
do have 2 horses. If they're still there.
They should be, assuming nothing ate them.
You did leave them tied up. Like a big
It's only
tasty
been a
meal
couple. It
in a
has only been a
grand
couple
area.
hours. They are big
in a
beasts.
big
They can
old
take care of
scary
themselves.
fantasy forest.
With the
Yeah.
Kurg running around.
Fantasyland.
And
With
the
the
dwarf.
same Oni Gorneo has warned about.
There's also a dwarf running around. Laurent, would you by chance have any other means of transportation that we might be able to borrow?
I could make talks with a number of the villagers, the local stable masters, to see if they would be willing to provide horses for such travel for our incursions.
And before we part, should we wait for the Feathergale Knights to show up, or will we be leaving?
How long is
before?
your message going to take to be received? In other
How
words,
far?
how fast does your raven travel?
You know, it travels for 12 hours.
50 feet as the raven flies.
12 hours.
I thought it was 12 hours.
No, it can only last for 12
That's
hours.
me. That's
Yeah, no, like,
Ryan asking.
I know it only lasts for 12 hours, but
Because
I
the
don't.
Feathergale Spire, as the crow flies, is about 50 miles away,
It flies at 50 feet.
which would put its 24-hour pace at about 50 miles,
Really?
meaning it's going to just drop midair.
Yeah, so.
So they're not
we
getting
need
a note.
to travel. Okay, then we need to travel some before we let this raven out. Because it's a little farther than I thought. I thought they were closer to Westridge. I thought they were just right in the mountains next to it.
Can we have the large map, DM? Thank you.
Stand by.
No, we're way far away. Holy shit.
Um,
Never.
Welcome to the world as we know it.
I just for some reason I thought they were right here.
No.
No.
That's
I
none
told
of these.
Are we taking the stone trail
This is the part where Gorneo says,
or the long road to the
"I
south?
told you so."
Stone trails would be better.
I think the
because
stone trail would be faster. Because we could actually travel together all the way up until the Vale of the where that Y crossroads.
Well, didn't we just say we're escorting?
You just said that you're escorting him to the monastery.
Yeah.
Oh, they are? Okay. I
You're
figured.
supposed to be taking notes.
Yeah. That was before I realized that we're way the fuck out of the way.
Yeah.
I mean, that's gonna. I mean, it's good for you guys because that means you guys should be able to heal up by the time we get to the Riverguard Keep. If we take the Stone Trail and then we go all the way down to the Feathergale Spire, we might as well just stop in and say, "Hey guys, can you go stop back?"
I was
at
going to say,
Westridge?"
I'm
That's what I'm
fine with
thinking.
us taking a little bit of time to get over there.
Okay. So this is a magical flying beast, right?
What?
The raven?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not a beast. Yeah, but yeah, I guess.
So
Yes.
it flies at 50 feet a second. Excuse me. 50 feet around.
Did you do real world math
He did
or
engineer math.
5e?
I did real world math because this is a magical creature, not a person who needs to take breaks and do other stuff.
Go ahead. Ryan is interested.
So, at 60 feet, or it should be 50 feet, every 6 seconds. That is 8.33 feet per second. That is 5.68 miles per hour. Which means if it's 50 miles as the crow flies, in 10 hours it can make it.
There we go.
Oh shit.
Math.
Wow.
So Amanda, as long as your raven is effectively sprinting the whole way,
It's magic.
It's magic. Oh.
it has failed
And that's-
Tognar on more than one occasion.
And that's actually at a walking pace. Or that's not sprinting, because sprinting would be double movement.
That's standard
You
movement.
see, that's good to know.
If it was, I guess if it was sprinting, it could do it in half the time, then, right? Theoretically.
Could get exhausted faster though too.
It's a magic.
There you go, Amanda. Now you know the full capabilities of this raven. Thanks for that.
Thanks, Matt.
Math.
Boom.
It's not
Amanda,
just
your
for-
raven is capable of effectively making it to the Feathergale Spire in about 12 hours.
So if we wait for a day for them to get the message,
Amanda, how
and
long does
return
the
it,
Raven take to recharge?
2 days.
2 days. So it's going to be at least 2 days before they are able to send this Raven back to you.
Or
But they
travel
could
themselves.
send their own knights.
Yeah, that's
But
what I
then-
was kind of hoping for.
Effectively, having seen them prepare a number of times before, about 14 hours, assuming the Raven gets there no problem.
Yeah. So
I definitely like the idea of taking a couple of days to wait.
I mean, I think either way, we should wait till the Feather Gals Fire Knights get here or get a message back to us so we know that they're here for sure. Otherwise, we'll have to find another plan.
I can see the trust is flowing strongly both ways. Says the individual still seated at the complete opposite side of this table, who we were still openly speaking to about.
Yeah. I mean, I don't care what he goes.
Is that Nettleby?
Nope,
Oh.
that's Larock.
Oh,
Rock.
We made a deal with the Rock. He needs to hear what we're talking about.
Oh, yeah.
He's involved. We have a connection.
So you wish to lounge about Westbridge for a brief period of time before setting forth on this venture?
To
That would
ensure
probably be
that
best.
we get our knights here and settled, and they understand their role in all of this. And
Very
then
well, I could have a number of rooms prepared for you. And he kind of snaps his fingers. The innkeep, Dardrigan, kind of perks up, makes his way over, and Larock hands him a small coin purse and whispers something into his ear, which Grabender is capable of reading his lips. And Grabender, you recognize him saying to prepare 4 of his rooms for these travelers. The amount of time they may need has yet to be determined. However, they are to be effectively pampered and cared for while they remain here.
Ooh,
I gotta get a real bath.
you don't know.
No,
Only
I don't
Ben
know.
knows.
I don't know. Amanda's excited though. So I'm just gonna go ahead and say I'm sending the Raven.
All right.
Well, that's there. Like, hey, I actually sent it. No questions later in the future.
Yay, math!
Hey, math. For the
Ooh,
win.
let's hope. Let's hope math works with magical. You know,
Let's hope.
that could be interesting. As Gravender pulls out his calculator and starts, this is the Ravens, everything.
He has that. Oh God, what was that movie where? Again, Matt Damon plays a super.
Good Will
smart-
Hunting.
Yes.
Goodwill Hunting.
Goodwill Hunting moment with his 8 intelligence. He's like, I see math.
So Amanda, after Gravender lets you know how far your Raven is capable of going, the halfling individual known as Dardrigan brings up a tray of apples and offers them to the party. And after a couple of you take bites, he asks you how you like them apples.
Oh,
I got a number. How do you like them apples? I got your reference, Ryan.
and he's a halfling.
Yes, he is.
I would like to ritual cast comprehend languages.
All right.
So I know. all
And
the
how long
languages.
does that take?
10 minutes.
10 minutes. So Loxus begins casting nearby. And what are the components? Or not components, the V, S, or M?
I believe it's all of them.
All right, so Loxus begins audibly casting,
Mhm.
making hand gestures and signals. The stranger you guys met just outside of town begins an incantation of some sort.
Can I do an Arcana check to see if I'm familiar with what he's doing? Person I don't trust.
Just sitting there with my eyes closed, just minding my own business.
Get that Arcana. Oh, so
Bless you,
exciting.
LaRock.
As he stops his incantation.
Nope.
Say, bless you.
I have enough room for one breath.
Mushi, it doesn't look to be a harmful spell, judging by the hand signs he's weaving through the air.
I'm gonna keep an eye on him. I'm not
All
gonna
right.
do
Clearly suspicious.
anything.
Cornell, anything you would like to do in this meantime, as Mushi's eyeballing Loxus behind her.
I don't
Lock-
have to have my eye
Rock-
closed to do that.
But like not
Ritual,
like
right?
constantly, but like I'll glance at him every now and then.
Okay.
Something you said.
I kind of want to be looking around to see who's just like staring at me.
That's me.
You seem to have perked up the attention of Larock, the halfling innkeep guy,
Mhm.
Dardrigan, as well as the halfling Darrow Nettleby,
Okay.
and some of the nearby guards in that stone plate mail, and across to the furthest table from you, one of these stone-faced priests who is watching you as you wave these signs in front of you.
I'd like to think that I'm like on the table, kind of etching them out and with my finger, not actually damaging the table, but that's how I'm writing them down.
Absolutely climb up onto the table to do so.
Oh no, I'm gonna stand right next to Miyushi and just kind of draw out on the table my glyphs.
All right. So effectively, is there anything that Gorneo and or Miyushi would like to be doing during this time?
I'm not sure we should bring this one with us.
I'm still saying.
We've only just met him outside this town, and I'm not sure how
Loxus.
reliable he
Yes.
was.
Rock looks up to you, his eyes meeting your own as you continue to weave these signs through the air. He says, "I'm so terribly sorry, Elf. Do our words confuse you, spoken in the common tongue?"
So if I can take a brief second within that incantation, I'll say, "No, I just better wish to understand everyone," and continue the incantation.
And Mushi, Larock shoots you a gesture that's kind of like, "Is this normal?"
As I said, we just met him outside town. I don't know much at all about him.
It's gonna be an awkward 10 minutes, guys.
So the 10 minutes goes by. Dardrigan makes his way back to the bar with what remains of a few apple cores. Larock, Mushi, Grabender, and Gorneo all watching Loxus standing up on the table in front of the four of them as he completes this ritual.
Are we sure we really need this one?
I will speak in hold on. Continue on.
Can you speak them or can you just comprehend them?
I can speak them. It gives me double check it. I'm pretty sure it gives me all of the things.
You understand
Oh well, shit.
the literal meaning of any spoken language you hear. You
Fuck
also
that
understand
spell.
any written language you see,
Okay.
but
well,
you
never
must be touching the surface to understand the words.
Well, I can listen to people. Never mind. Oh, well, shit. I thought it did something way cooler. That must be a different spell. Well, that was a waste of 10 minutes.
Our
Are
first
you
level
thinking I
spell.
speak with beasts?
No, I was gonna cast. I thought it allowed me to speak the languages that it. Is there nothing to let you speak languages?
Ben said tongues. But I think
Yeah, it's a 4th level spell.
Isn't there a feat where you can recognize like all languages?
There's a difference between recognizing and speaking, though.
Yeah, that's
Comprehend lets me recognize, lets me understand. all
Tongues
languages.
actually lets you speak it, and I think it's like a 4th level spell.
3rd level divination.
There you go.
Grants creature you touch the ability
Oh,
to
hey, I
understand
can
any
get that
spoken
on my
language you
wizard.
hear is moreover the target speaks. Any creature that knows at least.
All right.
See, that's different. See, that just.
So just about everybody in the room watches Loxus for these 10 minutes, kind of waiting for him to finish. And after he does so, he seems almost disappointed before slowly climbing down from standing on top of the table in front of everybody.
I'll just I'll look at Mush and say, it was a misfire. I'm sorry.
I'm just gonna stare at you. Like I have nothing to say to you, person.
Oh.
I get the feeling that's not the first time this has happened in this man's life.
I just kind of bow my head and go sit at a table by myself. Yeah. What was it I was thinking that it actually did? I read it like 5 times. I was like, that's really cool.
I was
Perhaps you
really
should
wrong.
spend some more time with your spell book, wizard.
I will, thank you very much.
All
Bender,
right,
you're too kind.
Loxus. Bender's made his way over as you're kind of browsing your spell down. Which one was it? It was supposed to be. There's a small tap on your shoulder from Bender's right arm, and he's asking you to tell him your life story.
Oh, well, I've been around for 250 years, and I was born in the Helvenblade house, and I am a librarian and a scholar and a wizard, and I like to manipulate spells, their components to adjust the elemental paths that they intersect with the arcane weave. And
As you were speaking, you notice that it takes Gerbender a noticeable moment to almost pick his own jaw back up after you mentioned your age.
oh, please keep up. And yes,
Damn!
yes, I'm old. I'm an elf. That's young for an elf. And my intentions are, once I've learned enough magics, to open my own school and teach others to manipulate the arcane and the elements of those spells, so that they can further create new spells. And so I go to this whole spiel about learning spells, and my teacher saying you shouldn't manipulate the magics because it'll cause things to explode, and yeah, my whole life story.
My ears perk at the word explode.
Yes, Mushi, I might be able to teach you a thing or two.
However, that doesn't exactly explain how you got to following us.
Well, no, but that's not part of my life story. That's part of yours.
Or something you're doing with your life.
Yes.
That's part of your life story.
Yes.
And you're not explaining it.
No.
I think her question is, why?
Or even how you came about such information on everyone here.
More so that, yes.
Well, my sibling, well, one of my kin, I should say, rather, Gervor, had been keeping tabs on anyone working against the Earth Cult, which means he has to get a lot of information on third parties, which this group is a third party. So, in turn, he relayed that information back to us. So yes, I have a lot of information on you. Not as much on you, Mr. Larock.
Who is this us you speak of?
The elves of my house.
So you're saying they have more information?
Not that I know of. There's the only one that has returned from going out and adventuring was Gervor, and quite frankly, we didn't think he was going to be a success at it either. Yes.
Yes, well, adventuring doesn't work out for everyone.
No, someone who was getting information from was squished right next to him, not but 10 feet away, by a rather large cage, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
At least you didn't kill my kin. It's okay.
I did save him.
And we are eternally grateful.
insight check him.
So is that why you're
Absolutely.
here? Is to pay us back?
Yes. Holy shit of all
Holy
time.
shit!
Oh, that's got to go. Hold on. Oh, I got to put that on the thing.
Loxus, you got a 5% chance.
Of deception.
Feel free to roll a persuasion and or deception check, depending on what Loxus is doing at this point in time.
Let's go blue. Let's go light side of the force, because that's how I feel here. What? Hold on. And this would be a persuasion, I think.
Is that a natural 20?
No, it's not. It's close, though.
I can't see from here. So
It's a
11,
19.
13,
It's a 19.
19.
It's
Okay.
19.
But plus my persuasion is a 20. 20 total.
My natural 20 wins, though.
This is skill
beats
check.
it. So, Loxus,
Yes. It wouldn't have been any.
feel free to inform Mushi what she reads in your eyes as you are weaving these tales before her.
Unadulterated truth. This is like a child that just totally got caught, stealing from the cookie jar, or that dog that knows that he's in trouble when he ate out of the trash can. That look, like,
Or drink out of the toilet.
or drank out of the toilet, like there is no
Loxus
lying behind
drank
those
out of
eyes.
the toilet.
Yes.
That one's specific. My dog does that.
Yeah, he gives you that face like, yeah, I did it. You got me. But there's no lie in what he's saying. No half-truths. It is honest talk. Real talk.
The realist.
Yeah, he's not trying to hide anything at the moment.
Alright. Mushi, that's what you pick up.
Let's keep that in mind.
So as the time starts to drift later into the evening, Dardrigan starts to bring out a number of rounds of ale, offering them to one to each of you before he goes around offering them to a number of the hobgoblins, a number of these stone plate mailed guards, as well as the stone-faced individuals, as well as the priests. And a number of the common folk look to have made their way into the inn and are likewise being offered these brews, but it doesn't look like any sort of charge is being rung up.
I'll raise my hand kind of lightly and say, Dargadin, can I get a hot tea, please?
Hot tea, that'll be 5 copper.
No problem. Thank you. And
Rest of ya,
copy.
anything specific? All right then, no objections. Here you go, and he slides one beverage in front of the 3 of you.
I have a.
So the bar is like starting to get crowded, right?
Not,
It's already
I
been
wouldn't say
kind of crowded.
Like, there's a lot of these hobgoblins, Black Earth Guard looking individuals, priests, Larock, these stone-faced individuals, but it's still a very large bar. Effectively, like, maybe only like 5 or 6 of the 15 tables are full up.
Do I notice anybody speaking in their respective tongues? Like this
Nothing
halfling
wrong
that
with your
does not like the group?
Only a perception check, Gloxus.
Ooh. That is 20 total.
Every time you followed Dardrigan as he makes his way back behind the bar, you can see Darrow Nettleby, this individual who was identified by name. Every single time that Dardrigan makes his way back behind the bar, Darrow seems to be speaking in a language not common every single time and just shooting glares over towards the party.
And he's speaking halfling.
I mean, from a distance, you can't quite tell.
I can't pick up what he's saying, but I just know it's not
I can't pick
common.
up what he's saying,
Okay.
but it doesn't look like common.
And I guess who's all near me right now? So I got Gerbender. Did Gorneo step up or Mushi or did you guys?
Gorneo is kind of seated at his own table. Mushi is seated across from Larock still. Gerbender made his way over to the table Loxus is now seated at, with the hobgoblin standing up on top of it.
Standing on top of the table?
Hobgoblin is standing on top of the table. Loxus is on one end. Grubender is right behind Loxus.
Curious. So, Grubender, why is Miyushi so angry at me?
Because you're a stranger and you seem to know things about her. That would upset most people.
Oh, right. Oh, anyway, so tell me about you. You're a worshipper of Bahamut, and you're a blue chromatic, not chromatic, blue?
I give him my full backstory.
Yeah, here's my paper.
And we're cheering, and we're drinking, and we're just carrying on.
I start from the very beginning. I was hatched.
8 pound, 3 ounce, little baby. I'd like to continue conversation with Larock if I can. No one else is doing
Absolutely.
anything.
Yeah, I'm just
Feel free.
backstory.
So, mostly because I can't remember if we had a conversation last time, it's kind of more intimidating. This Fane of the Eye, it comes up a lot when we speak of cultists. Is there much you know about it other than its name?
Unfortunately, it seemed to reveal more of itself to my counterpart than myself, as he was able to make those final steps towards the pick before I was able to.
So you're saying that these weapons reveal what the Fane is, the Fane of the Eye is?
The Fane revealed the weapons.
Huh. And this Black Earth, what do you know about that? I hear something he's trying to raise. The demon creature.
The Black Earth is an entity all its own. I can't say for sure what Marlos's intentions are to do with it, as we had a bit of a falling out, if you didn't hear.
Yes, of course. I was just curious if you knew more about it other than it being
I know
an
it's a
entity.
location of immense magical arcane power. And I know that's where Marlos is going to construct these orbs, one of which you seem to possess.
God damn.
Might I ask how you came across such a possession yourselves?
Wait, you froze on me, so I didn't hear what you said. It was the location of immense power, arcane power.
And I know this is where he's going to construct these orbs, the likes of which you revealed that you possess yourself.
Oh, you froze on her again. She didn't hear you.
I ask how you have this orb.
No, I heard you that time.
Loxus's elven ears,
This time I don't think it's Ryan.
and I look
Yeah.
over Borneo's shoulder at this, and I'm listening intently about these orbs.
I was actually going to say, like, when you sit down at the table with Gorneo, he's actually going to hold up a finger to his lips, just kind of like very... Hold on, I'll put on my camera.
Oh, yeah. No, this is definitely like a, shh, I want to listen moment.
Yeah,
I was tired of being by myself.
So he's just going to kind of go like, like this.
Yeah.
And just kind of give you a little
Like-
head nod.
And I sip my tea.
It's like, that's what
Middle finger,
Gorneo's
perfect.
doing. Like, Gorneo's sitting here listening to their whole conversation.
Yes, the orb I mentioned earlier. It is an item we acquired. It was not easy to acquire. I believe it was meant to be a sort of trap set for us from water cultist name here.
Gar
No, 'cause-
Shatterkey.
Water cultist's name here.
Yes. Okay, out of character. We know the water cultists were there. Did Gorneo ever actually tell us that they were there?
Yes.
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 He told
Okay.
He told
And we
us as
also
soon as
fought-
we were getting ready to leave the bar.
And we also
Okay.
fought some of them
Actually-
in front of the...
Actually, it was a trap set from Black Spider. I'm
Yes.
sorry, I'm getting names terribly mistaken right now. I believe we still have the letter, but she was a foe from Van Dalen, and apparently this orb was supposed to be headed that way, and it was intercepted by the Black Spider, and the Black Spider had some previous encounters with us and decided that we may be interested.
So, how long ago did this orb leave the cultist's possession?
It has been about, let's see,
I'm not asking when it came into yours. How long ago did it leave their possession? These
it has been
things,
quite a while.
when not activated, nevertheless still run on a timer of their own.
Oh,
Loxus totally
How
knows this.
long has
Oh.
this been since it left their possession?
Can I run an Arcana check to know how long that timer is on one of these things? Is that something that I
Loxus,
can...
roll me an intelligence check.
Certainly.
Can
Can
I do a history check to see how long ago
13.
my dream was, where she threw the guy into the firefall, and then since then it's been like 10 days, at least.
Usually, even as of that dream, the individual you tossed into the lava was sent with that orb
Yeah.
some period of time before that dream happened,
Exactly. So
and then he returned. So it's been some time that this orb has been out there.
I know, but I'd like to know, like,
The
my
specific
dream
amount of
that
time.
So I don't get any proficiency bonus to this, right?
it's been a long while.
Uh,
I'm not going to lie.
I don't believe so.
Okay, just making sure. Because you know, I've got all the intelligence.
Now, Lucas, go ahead and whisper me the result.
Certainly.
Okay, now they're carrying dynamite. That's fun. Yeah, I'll say, I mean, it's been at least 10 days since the vision I had of this person.
You see,
There-
as you were speaking, Larock noticeably stands up from the bench, knocking his own drink aside, and he's quick to grasp his own glaive.
Oh dear, what?
How
I've-
long have you had this in your possession?
When he stands up, I fall out of my chair.
For maybe 5 days, depending on how bog time really worked. I mean, how long has it been since we left?
How long have you had this in your possession? How long have you known that you were bringing this active weapon of absolute destruction into the town of Westbridge?
I did not realize it was active, but I didn't know there was a timer. We were trying to protect it. We've had it for a few days, though. Yes, definitely a few days. I'm gonna kind of lean back and kind of put my hands up, like I really didn't mean harm. I apologize.
And where is this orb now?
It should be in our bag of holding.
Get it out of this town now.
Yes. Do you have an idea as to where to put it so it won't blow everything to smithereens as soon as it activates itself? You have a decent idea as to where?
Judging by the radius of Golden Fields, I'd say some number of miles. If you wouldn't mind taking one of your horses and fleeing this town immediately.
We could. Yes. Okay.
Reneo will stand up and he'll say, "I will go take it."
Just don't destroy the bag of holding this time, please.
All right.
How far? How fast can you go, Gornale?
On
By
horse.
horse, I can go pretty fast.
Because I was
By
thinking
myself, I could actually go faster in the dark.
a good location could be on top of the Scarlet Moon Hall. It could take out underneath it if it were to explode.
Do you know how far away that
As well
is?
as-
That's,
That's why I was
30
asking how
miles.
fast you can go.
That's 30
That's why I
miles.
asked him.
Can we get the map?
Can we get some?
Gosh, you people.
Go in. Do you need someone trained in the arcane?
Detonate but I don't know if we should really just bring it to him and be like, hey, it's a secret weapon of mass destruction.
Now, if you wouldn't mind, it's a matter of hours at the least.
Oh,
You'd want to
okay,
take
well,
it
just
straight east.
put it where you can.
So, just real quick, does
Oh,
anybody want to mention to Gerbender, who's upstairs and has the bag of holding?
No, Gorneo will go get you, because he knows where it is.
Gorneo, as you go to step towards the rooms, as opposed to the door, Larock is going
Put it in
to
the bag.
noticeably move to intercept you.
Put it in the
And
bag.
pointing back towards the front doors.
Gorneo will say, I have to go get it. The Dragonborn has the bag. Move.
Gorneo, throw it in the bag.
No, he'll get lost.
It's too far, Mushi. It's at least 20 miles away.
He has to go straight east of Westbridge.
Just
to get it
move.
off.
I don't have time for you to be standing in my way.
And with that, Gorneo pushes past Mushi, Loxus, and Larock and makes his way beyond what looks to be a bit of a storage room, a number of kegs lining the walls, and goes door to door for a couple of doors before he comes to Gerbender's door. And Gerbender, you hear a knocking at your own door.
Oh, he's actually going to knock?
Otherwise, he's bursting in. That call is his.
Actually,
It's
based
okay.
on the way Larock's acting, he probably just burst in.
Okay. Then you find Gerbender, in the middle of the room naked, very oily, scraping himself.
Gorneo will just.
Gorneo, roll me a perception. Actually, what's your passive perception?
21.
21.
It's 20.
20.
Oh, well, that's all the difference.
As you walk in on Gerbender, in the process of oiling himself, you see the majority of his left arm looks to be solid stone. Like it's been petrified, like a number of those statues the party has fought before.
Ugh.
Like whatever effect of these stone scales looks to be spreading except for Gerbender's own scales. Like they are slowly starting to flake off like a bird that's molting its coat. And it looks as if he weren't casting the lesser restoration every day, he would presume it to be some sort of disease spreading up and down his own arm.
Interesting. Do I see the bag of
But
holding?
that's what you walk in on.
Interesting.
So, since, the GM finally decided to share some of this with me,
You decided to type the things that you were doing in chat, not RPing them, so that's how it had to be.
no, I mean, I assumed you would have let me know if, I've noticed bad things going on to myself.
Having never experienced something like this before, and being aware that you are casting lesser restoration on yourself, very like Gorneo, you're presuming that this isn't some sort of disease, but hopefully some sort of process of your own body acclimating to these stone scales.
Are the scales blue?
Looks bad.
Your scales themselves are kind of falling off.
Right. Are
Around
the stone
the area.
scales that replace it blue?
There aren't any stone scales that have replaced it yet. So you've got what look to be open sores, except it's stone,
Ooh.
leading to this patch of these stone scales themselves.
So can he not, bend his elbow or fingers or anything?
It's solid stone.
Oh, don't break it.
From just below his wrist to just below his shoulder.
I really hope that Zen didn't screw up my roll.
Uh-oh.
Oh, we'll find out.
Next week. Wait, what?
Wait, what?
Next time on Dragon Ball
You can't cut
Z.
it off. That's my job.
Anyway, so,
Not the blood
I know.
eggs.
yeah, if he starts looking around for the bag, it's just laying on, the dresser.
Mr. Bender tries to cover himself.
So
There's no modesty in
Gorneo
Dragon
will.
Cornelia, what's going on?
Yeah, Gorneo will move for the bag, and as he puts his hand inside and thinks orb, he'll say, as he pulls it out, this Larock says is armed already and is going to detonate, and I need to get it away from the town as quickly as possible.
But hurry then, hurry!
He turns around and leaves.
Standing here talking to me.
Can I
Move,
insight
man.
check
Actually,
Larock
better yet, is it dark outside?
about that? Like, I
It
want
is not dark outside. It's about 4 in the afternoon ish.
Okay, so I will run back. down-
Loxus, go ahead.
because I want to know if. First of all, how did he even know?
Also, for your guys' own knowledge, this isn't an upstairs downstairs. It's like a very long.
Oh, that's a natural 20.
With like the furthest right side being the tavern, and then like a little storage room in the middle, and then on the left side being all the rooms.
That's a natural 20 for 22. I want to know how, like, if he's trying to set someone up, because it seems kind of shady that he's like, oh yeah, I know you got an orb, and by the way, it's going to blow up.
No, I mentioned the orb earlier.
Well, you said an item. I don't remember.
She said an orb.
I said the
an
orb.
orb.
Okay, well, apparently he knows that they're making the orbs, and I don't think you told him that they're making the orbs. You just said we had one. He knows that they're making orbs, and he knows that they're on a timer, and he's
Yeah.
not.
You go for it. No,
I want to know.
Your character figures out what your character needs to figure out.
Okay.
All right, Gorneo. What are you doing?
So I'm going to return back to the main part of the inn and make for the front door.
All right, Gorneo, you make your way to the front door, and then most of the crowd of individuals looks to have dispersed. There's only about 13 or so individuals still out front of the inn at this point in time. No line of sight to Sedina or where she went, but what would you like to do from here?
Well, before he leaves, he'll turn back to Larock and he'll say, which direction do I take it?
Anywhere but here.
Then he'll turn to Loxus and he'll say, Loxus, where's the least populated area from here?
Would I think that the forest was least populated, or east
The
of
forest
Westbridge?
is more likely to be populated,
Okay.
like even with creatures of the like, than probably
You're
to
going to
the
want to
east
take
or
it
even to the
northeast
south.
of Westbridge, towards the
Okay.
mountains.
All right, and then where's my horse? It's like right out here.
Horse you left tied up in the forest.
How long would it take me to get to the horse?
Probably just as long as it would be for you to run 2 miles outside of Westbridge.
So
Same distance,
that's
different
going to
angles.
be about 10 miles back to the horse. So
And you said there's like a 2 mile radius on this thing? Or he said
The
get
radius-
2 miles out.
She was
Look at-
hiking
to
10
look at
miles
Gold
back
Field.
and forth between Westbridge and her campsite. Damn.
after she made a very audible clanging, clattering with that
We went very far.
Okay, so it's like a 10 mile radius.
out of the way to stay hidden.
Or a 10 mile diameter. So you got to get at least like 7 miles out.
No, we have
And
no
then I gotta
idea
be
how
able
big
to
the
get
thing
away
is.
too.
Got
Well,
no
he said
idea.
look at Goldenfield, and Goldenfield it looks about 10 miles across.
We've actually been to Golden Fields. How big was that area of
It was
devastation?
a disaster. Like the
No.
entire thing was
About
just
10 miles
gone.
across.
It was wiped off the map.
If I recall from memory, Golden Fields is about 21 miles worth of just crops and fields and the like, and all of that was gone.
Yeah, okay. On the hex, it only says 12 miles. So
We don't actually
Depending on
have
which way
it
you
on
go.
the map, but it's
No, still-
blotted out.
still 12 and a half miles across the black.
Bad news, regardless.
Yes, bad news.
So Gorneo,
You gotta
going for your
Uh,
horse,
so
go northeast or
okay,
any
so
other.
then
That you
Gorneo,
should try and
so
shoot the
Gorneo
frog.
will say, as he turns to leave, he'll say, "Larock, my horse is about 10 miles outside. I need a horse."
He says, "Take the first one you see. I'll speak it over with the stable master."
Gorneo will go and take the first horse he sees.
All right, it's about 150 feet from the front doors of the inn before you come across just somebody looking to ride from somewhere to somewhere on horseback.
He said
Commandeering your
stables,
horse.
right?
Larock basically told you, like, take the first means of transportation you find and get out now.
Okay. So
Hijack.
Gorneo, is somebody mounted on that horse?
There is somebody mounted on
You
that
kick
horse.
him off and drive. Grand Theft
Is it
Auto.
Sam the
Look,
sheriff. I am
This is
your
Grand
horse.
Theft Horse.
Grand Theft
Is
Horse.
it an Earth cultist or is it a civilian?
It looks to be a civilian, judging
Not
by
good.
their common garb.
Gorneo will say, hold up the box, and he'll say, "This is dangerous, and I've been instructed by Larock to get it out of town. I need your horse."
And there's a almost look of understanding that flashes across his face before he hands over the reins and hops off to the other side of this horse.
Gorneo will jump up in the saddle and take off.
Right,
All right.
How much does that box weigh?
Corneo, roll me an animal handling check, more or less just to see how quick you are able to get how far. Meanwhile, Loxus, Verbender, and Mushi, what are you guys doing during this time?
I will say I apologize. I had no idea it was locked and loaded. Maybe that's why they sent us after it. In hopes that we would destroy ourselves while carrying it to hopefully a secure location or just carrying around like we have been, because that's
To
smart.
keep it from falling in another's hands. A number of precautions were put into place in the crafting of these objects.
If you don't mind me asking, how do you know so much of the crafting of this?
As I told you, the Fane of the Eye called to more than just those who grasped hold of the items. And as I told you before, I was a number of their ranks with the Black Earth.
Yes. Do you happen to know how many of these orbs were created?
However, so many they would choose. And I would presume they're still making them.
We must stop them before they're able to get any more out.
My point precisely.
I appreciate you warning us of that. I am sorry we brought it to your town.
How long do they normally take to do their business?
The magic that resides within them is incredibly unstable. And so I know precisely that they can be detonated when a certain ritual is instigated for the orbs. As I would presume is exactly what happened within Golden Fields. As I've heard tale of a number of goggled knights leaving that scene. Presumably the fire cultists themselves.
Do you by chance know that ritual?
What if I did?
Well, if I could learn that ritual, I could find a way to stop it.
That knowledge will never be spread if I have any say in the matter.
Okay. Knowledge to create is knowledge to destroy as well.
Indeed it is.
Oh, I'm so confused.
So
as he kind of stands in the doorway, almost watching Gorneo to make sure he actually leaves town as opposed to just kind of going somewhere else, as Gorneo makes his way out from the furthest reaches of his own vision, that's when Larock kind of turns back to the room and seems to be a little more back in the conversation. Whereas before it's like you're talking with somebody who's only half paying attention to you. Now it seems like you've once again got his full attention.
Well, he doesn't seem to want to talk to me. So, I'm going to go over to the Earth Priest looking dude.
All right.
And I'm going to sit uncomfortably close to him.
All right.
And I'm going to ask
So
him.
How close does Loxus deem uncomfortably close?
I'm gonna say we're almost touching elbows. Like,
All right.
yeah, like right there. And just totally nonchalant, like it's totally cool. Like that guy, like when you're in the airport urinal section and you got like 13 urinals and that guy decides to stand right next to you.
All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna be that close. And so,
Are you gonna have your wang out too?
no, you got enough of that out for both of us. So I'm gonna sit right next to him and I'm gonna ask him. So, you look like the sort who can cast spells. Do you mind trading knowledge?
And he kind of looks over to you and doesn't say anything. His gaze just falls to you, and it remains.
I will speak it again in Primordial, Terran,
All right.
and see if that.
What does
jumps.
that sound like?
Very terrible elven, dwarven, guttural. Do you know any magics to trade?
And his gaze kind of shifts ever so slightly, but he remains watching you.
All right. Well, not taking his social hints, I'll go to the next person and ask him the exact same thing.
So this guy looks to be the only like priest in the room.
Oh shit. Huh.
There were the stone guards, number of hobgoblins, the halflings, a couple of individuals with the stone masks.
Oh, that the halflings
and
were known to
priests.
cast magic, right? Yeah. I'll go up to the halflings. I'll go up to the bar.
All right.
Um,
You make your way up to the bar. After roughly 30 minutes goes by with you speaking to this priest and nothing's happening.
Yep.
You make your way to the halflings.
And I'll just kind of lean way over and ask them, so, tell me, halfling friends, do you all have any magic that you might wish to trade or knowledge that you would like to trade?
First question for you. How long does the...
1 hour.
1 hour. Okay, so that is long gone by
Yep.
now. So the Nettleby individual, the one with the feathered plumaged hat,
And the wonderful mustache.
starts speaking in halfling to the other halfling. And Dardrigan kind of puts up a couple of hands and reacts like he just heard something very distasteful, disagreeable. For he kind of puts up a finger to shush Nettleby and kind of looks over your. Sorry, friend. If you wouldn't mind, and he kind of grabs one of the nearby mugs and just kind of puts it in your hands. I believe there's an unoccupied table over there, or a couple of occupied ones over there. Whichsoever would like your fancy. Unfortunately, the behind the bar is not allowed for patrons. I'm afraid.
Oh, I'm so sorry. My mistake. I'll just go sit over here. Thank you
No
for
problem
the
at
ale.
all.
I just kind of bring the ale and I'm going to set it next to Miyushi as I continue walking to an empty table.
All right. So, Mushi, anything you would like to be doing in this meantime?
I mean, kind of continuing small talk with Larat, just trying to get more information.
Such as?
He's not one for small talk.
I mean, I'm curious about this guy.
Oh, well, okay.
Okay, just tell
So,
me your
what's
life.
your mother's name?
Martha.
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 Why did you say that name? Oh, God.
I
Good
don't know what else
times.
to ask, though, but I just want to know so much more, but I don't know the questions.
Well, that's half the game, isn't it?
I know, it's terrible. Um. So, give me like 2 seconds to think of something.
What's your sign?
All right.
Are you a Virgo?
Go
Maybe
to
a
Gorneo.
Taurus.
Go to Gorneo for a minute, okay? I'll think of something.
He's just
I've been
riding
trying
to
All
go
right.
blow himself up.
Gravender, you continue to oil your
Go call
body
go
and
call
scraping it off.
rendezvous.
Anything you would like to do during this time?
Yeah, I want to give it a nice thorough inspection to the scales and try to apply any medical knowledge I might have to kind of just make a best guess as to what's going on.
Go ahead and roll me a medicine or arcana check.
It's not going to be Arcana.
If there's anybody that's like, I'm nobody else magical, I guess I'm gonna go find Gravender because
Oxus, you're currently speaking with a priest right now.
Oh yeah. Oh okay. Yeah. After that, I'm gonna find Gravender because he casts spells. I'm gonna talk to him. I feel all alone right now because Miyushi's like busy with her new boyfriend and they're so tight.
I got a 17.
17. All right. Gravender, this is kind of the first time you've had to really inspect what's been done to your person. And as you do so, kind of like the last couple of days, you've left it just bandaged up as you guys are kind of riding relatively hard to meet back up with your companions. And shortly after that, you still left it bandaged up with the foreseeable confrontation in Westbridge. Now that you've actually got a moment, and what was your brief moment of privacy in your own room, you undid the bandages and are kind of just inspecting this. And you can see the patch of skin that is not your own almost seems to stand out ever so slightly, but from just below your wrist to just below your shoulder, it looks like your arm is slowly turning to stone, effectively. You're unable to bend your elbow at all, but you're still able to move your fingers, which is strange and off-putting. Like, you're not entirely sure what's going on in this midsection, but it looks like slowly as your own blue scales are slowly kind of just, like I said earlier, like a bird that's molting its own feathers. Like your own scales are just falling off, revealing the skin below to be slowly overcoming with these almost like sores where your scales used to be. Like someone was just like plucking the feathers off of a chicken, leaving these kind of wounds behind. But rather than bleeding openly, these are just like a finely carved statue with these horrible wounds up and down the arm, as they are now solid stone.
So
You're not entirely sure if this is just a manner of these stone scales taking effect, or maybe it's something else.
okay. Well, I guess after spending quite a while looking,
You see that kind of like on the edges where your own blue scales and your skin beneath your scales meets with this stone monstrosity that currently is this section of your arm. It doesn't look to be like any sort of noticeable inflammation or infection or anything of that sort.
okay.
But it's a very noticeable change that has happened on your left arm.
Well, after a while, I guess I'm just going to like wrap it back up and cover it. Just say some extra prayers and pray for Graneo and get some sleep.
All right. Amanda,
Ready?
ready?
Ready? Yeah, I thought of something. Oh yeah, I wanted to know about
Right.
this. Okay. So,
Holy shit.
Wow, that's a link.
The
Is it?
fuck? You broke
That
it.
looks like spam.
What just happened?
She copied the wrong link in Google.
Yeah, definitely did.
That has got to be the longest Google link I have ever seen. That's got to be like, what, 3,000 characters?
That's a lot. Try that one at the end.
Ooh.
That's what my skin better look like when I'm done.
One way to find out.
Like blue coral, and it's so rough and it'll cut you just by touching it. Alright, well, it's 8 o'clock. I'm going to get a beer. I'll be back.
okay, so, when we were looking at the map earlier, we mentioned this room of a woman working, and you mentioned her name was Zarvadim?
Zarvadim.
Zarvadim. How familiar are you with her?
She was one of the later additions before I was removed from the cult. But I know that she has garbed a number of their beasts and curiosities from the depths to make them even more effective than previously. Are you familiar with the creature known as an Umber Hulk?
Umber Hulk. That sounds very familiar, that Kurg.
Usually it's almost like exactly what you fought beneath the monastery when you fell through that pit door, that trap door with Cognar.
Oh.
That is
Whoops.
an Umber Hulk.
About Cognitive?
Oh, Kurg was an Omni. Okay. They're slightly different names.
And Oni.
Umber Hulk.
Oni.
Oni. I was close, guys.
They're all the same monsters, right?
The
So
name's the
prejudiced.
same.
Umber Hulk, that is
I-
nothing like.
You know, monsters live
I
most
am not
interesting lives,
supposed to
don't you
say.
think?
Yushi,
Yes, I do.
your passive insight shows you that Larock notices how much of a racist you are towards monsters, presuming that they're
I know.
all just the same thing.
She's sexist, too. She only likes males.
And it's very offensive given the fact that you're a tiefling.
She's allowed, right? You're allowed to be racist if people are racist against you?
It's okay, I got a monster president.
Yeah.
Well,
I didn't go
yes,
there.
I believe I've encountered one before, if I'm not mistaken. It was
Well, if
underneath
you
the
encountered
monastery.
one in the employ of the cultists, the one beneath the monastery, you say.
Yes, I fell right in on it.
Did you see the additions of metalwork garbed upon its claws?
Deep sounds familiar.
Yeah, I
That
believe Cognar
Was such
has
working
some of those.
Zarvadim.
So she's very, very good with her work then.
One of a kind.
That's true. We encountered her for a brief moment, only to decide it's best to stay on her good terms and leave her be.
She let me live.
Gornale
For throwing you
yells
against
from
a
outside
wall.
of town. She let me live!
She was
It's a
really
weird thing
sweet.
for Tornado to be shouting out to the air.
He just had a moment of inspiration.
Anything else, Amanda?
Are you maybe familiar with what kind of creatures may be in the
Excuse me.
water cultist underground area? Tides, waves,
Because
waves.
how
of
much have you been
crashing
drinking
winds.
tonight, Amanda?
I haven't had any, but I'm not. Good
Maybe you
with
should
I'm
names.
afraid I'm not familiar with such a location.
The place we plan on
Riverguard
infiltrating
Keep?
is- No, the place underneath it.
Temple of the Crushing Wave?
See, I had crushing right. I just said crushing wave winds.
So
you know,
I just like to think that
Mushi
Moxus walks up and
Takes
is like,
his hand and slides your mug away from you. the Temple of the Crushing Wave.
Yes. You're familiar with the Emberhawk Garden or the monastery. I was just curious if you may know what other creatures we may come across.
Well, one would presume all sorts of beasts of the aquatic variety.
I remember seeing a sort of creature that ate a previous party member.
Lizard folk, one would presume. They tend to be rather nasty.
It was of larger proportions in the water, some sort of turtle dragon.
A dragon turtle? You saw a dragon turtle?
You're talking to a priest right now. Nothing to say.
I overhear you talking.
I'm just gonna put my hand up. Like, I'm not talking to you right now.
Loxus, even though you perk up at the sound of this and shout across the inn, you are being noticeably given the cold shoulder by Mushi.
Oh, I'm on her good side then.
Ah,
Hey!
I don't know, she's sometimes more lethal with that frostbolt.
I would rather get hit with the frostbolt than the fireball. Thank you very much. She's as cold as ice.
Last I heard, they also had a number of bugbears in their employ.
It seems that most of the cultists deal with bugbears, as we encountered several of them at the Scarlet Moon Hall.
Well, there you have it. Waterborne monstrosities, bugbears, lizard folk, and turtle dragons.
It should be an interesting time, to say the least.
Suppose we're going to find out, aren't we?
Yes, we will. Are there any questions you had regarding anything we may have already done? Anything I can help ease your mind about, hopefully?
Is there anything you've already done that you think I should be aware of? Any sort of pertinent information you've left omitted until now?
I'm trying to recall. There was a brief moment where we almost got into it with the fire cultists. I believe they were fire cultists. It was a snake individuals. When we passed the three-headed hydra, was it? That wasn't the hydra, was it? The three-headed beast with the lion.
Chimera. It's a chimera, Mushi.
I'm gonna put my hand up again.
I'm just the dictionary in the back. It's this one.
Yeah, after we encountered the chimera, we were able to save a druid I probably accidentally helped get captured. But
I heard speak of some such monstrosity being brought in as the pet of another within the ranks of the Eternal Flame.
It was a chimera, yes. It is no longer, though.
Thermander, if I recall correctly.
Can I, not inside the history check that name to see if I recognize that name?
Go ahead.
Oh, fuck.
Yushi, you've absolutely heard that before, but you don't know where.
What was the name again?
Quite put your finger on it. Are you asking him?
No, I didn't quite hear what you said. I think you said, Carmander.
Probably said
Charmander.
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 Yep, it's
Charmander.
Charmander.
Thermander.
Thermodon.
Thermager.
Thermodorian reaction.
That name rings a bell, but not really to me. But the snake creatures we saw, they would have gotten us had they not turned back. And I'm not sure if it's something I said or something that happened behind them that made them turn away. But I did speak with them and tell them to turn back and make better guard of their area, and it seemed to work at the time. I assumed, because these visions I've been having, that my voice may be the same as their commander, so in my head, it seemed like the right thing to do at the time, for I was on the other side of a fire tunnel, and that was all that was keeping me from being devoured by them. But other than that, I can't think of anything.
What
that
sorts
may
of
have-
visions have you been having?
Well, none as of recent. I believe I've already told you the one regarding the orb now. How far back should I go? There
How
was one.
pertinent do you believe it to be?
I believe
We'll
it is
start
all.
with those.
I believe it's all of them are very important, I believe. There was one I had of Golden Fields. And I worry that my dream may in fact make me part of the problem, which terrifies me. There was, I suppose, the ritual going on in that dream. I heard the chanting and the voices, and we were inside some area with red drapes all on the walls, and there was a not table, but like, altar thing with the map on it, and I had
She's really opening up to this guy.
I know.
He has answers. I want answers. If I tell him, maybe he'll tell me
I know
stuff.
a bunch of shit about her already, and she's not asked me a damn thing.
I don't trust you. I trust this guy.
You trust this guy who tried to have you
trust
killed
him.
2 months ago?
Perhaps this conversation would be best taken place away from prying ears. And he noticeably gazes over towards Loxus.
I
And then back
totally
to you,
ignore his
Mishi.
gaze completely.
Perhaps you're right. We're not sure where he came from yet. Or if he's just here to listen in and run off at the nearest opportune moment. Do you have a spot in mind?
Dodrigan, the Acadian wine. Bring it to the private room. And the halfling behind the bar kind of gives a bit of a nod. And then he goes behind him and pulls out a step stool and starts making his way up to a very high shelf and pulls down an almost crystalline bottle.
Would you say it's the top shelf?
I would indeed. And as he pulls this off, he kind of fastens it underneath one shoulder and grabs a pair of glasses with the other hand and follows Larock, who looks to be leading Mushi, towards that storage room that is overrun with barrels, rows upon rows of barrels. Mushi, assuming you follow him?
I will follow him. I want to know what he knows.
Larock leads you down one of these rows of barrels towards the back wall, and he gives a pull on one of these spigots of the barrel on his left. And upon doing so, the end of this walkway opens up. The wall opens up before you, revealing a very elaborately decorated room beyond, with a table in the center, chairs placed on either side, all made of a matching set of very luxurious looking wood. As this door is opened, a number of candles look to jump alight, as though some sort of incantation were being cast upon them to make them instantly light when this door is opened. And he gestures into the room and takes a slight bow before him as Dardrigan makes his way into the room and sets up the glasses and starts pouring this wine, one for either side of the table.
I will walk right in and have a seat.
And Loxus thinks in his head, that's how Cognar got himself into slavery. He walked into an inn's back room with some drinks.
Is there anything else you would require?
This is more than efficient.
Without breaking eye contact, he speaks again. That'll be all, Dardrigan. Dardrigan gives a curt little nod and backs out of the room, closing the door behind him as he goes. And Mushi, as you are alone with Larock, he waits several moments after the door has closed before speaking again. You've had the visions. Which of the weapons is it that calls to you?
It is the knife, happy
Tinder
name.
Strike.
Tinder Strike, yes. It has called to me for longer than I can remember. I believe it's part of the reason I was granted these powers of arcane abilities.
Yet you do not possess the knife now.
I have been searching for it as often as possible, and I know it is somewhere near the Scarlet Moon Hall. We've been to the Scarlet Moon Hall on several occasions, however, none very successful. We've only managed to burn it down and beat it down and get nowhere closer. The closest we've been is when we got underneath the monastery, and I know we were close to the lava falls there, which I can assume. However,
So this dagger is continuing to call to you, but you continue to poke at the others.
I feel the only way to get to it is to go through the others.
You believe this best to be done by going through the River Guard Keep, rather than straight to the Temple of the Eternal Flame.
Not necessarily, no, but it is something that must be done in the end, yes. If we pursue the Eternal Flame, then who's to say the River Guard people will not come from behind as soon as we're vulnerable? So I feel if we're able to take out the other 3 encampments, then I will have all the...
But when such a weapon so powerful acquires an owner that it so desires, it commands a great deal of power with it. As Marlos found out when he claimed the pick before I, we both shared the same dreams, the same visions, the same call, the yearning for this pick. But he was able to grasp it before I. And as a result, he gained the power to oust me. Do you not believe that getting a hold of such a powerful weapon could not be of such incredible importance to you and your own, to help see you through eliminating these other cultists, however you see fit, by running them to your command to stop the others, or helping you to slay them where they stand?
That is indeed a point I have not thought of, but it's very appealing.
What is your name, Tiefling? Your true name?
As I've said before, and as you know me as, Miushi Zanare.
Well, Mushi Zanare,
You are the fire.
seems our paths may indeed be intertwined after all.
How so?
As I said seconds ago,
You've had the
we've
dream.
both shared these visions, these dreams, these yearnings for the weapons that the Eye has presented to us. And yet both of us stand here today without such arms in our grasp. But we continue to yearn for them. And at this point in time, he's more or less going to be asking you for much more specific details about how the party acquired this orb that is in their possession. And kind of as this goes on and proceeds, the hours are continuing to tick by into the night. Loxus, as Mushi makes her way out of the room with Larak, anything you want to be doing at this point in time?
Before I leave, I do have another question for him, but
You guys are still in this room
Yeah,
at this
okay.
point.
Oh, okay. You meant like leave to the room. Okay, I thought you meant like leaving the room.
Effectively,
Wait, no.
meanwhile, back in
Okay.
the tavern room,
Okay, just making sure.
Um,
Don't cut the session short.
Well, I'm kind of alone, which I'm used to, and nobody around but people that don't want to talk. So I am just going to take my tea up to my room and go read my books.
All right. So Loxus kind of surveys the room a couple more times. His gaze falls on that priest once again, whose gaze doesn't look to have left Loxus. As he kind of pushes that aside, scoops up his tea, and makes his way through that room where Mushi and Laroc just exited from that same doorway and back towards the rooms. One could presume that Mushi is now in the room of Laroc.
Well, looks like she's gonna have fun.
As the hours continue to slowly tick by Gorneo, you are riding this horse hard, out of town, maintaining your route along the road only so long as it takes to get out of the weaving buildings and a couple of hills beyond before you take to the hillsides, the unmarked terrain thus far, and continue to book it towards the Desserin Hills, effectively. As you are continuing to ride harder and harder, pressing this horse as fast as it can go, as hard as it can go, anything you would like to be doing during this time?
I do want to check and make sure I'm not being followed.
All right, go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Is it visual?
I'm
Or
going to say
just-
yes. I'm going to say yes.
God damn it, then 17.
Just a 17.
Why did I ask?
Because you're a good
Gorneo.
player, Nick.
You are continuing to ride this horse hard. This. Did you take the whole bag of holding or just the box out of it?
I just took the box.
Just the box. Box
Thank
under
God.
your head, riding hard, focusing on effectively any sort of obstacles that are coming to you so you can steer and avert this horse around them before you get to them. The horse has been relatively stubborn thus far, like it's unfamiliar to your own control of it.
I'm
And
not much of a rider, so it's okay.
exactly, it's not the biggest fan of being more or less like forced to its own limit. And so you have had to kind of rear back control to keep it going in the direction you are specifically steering it for some time. And as you two continue to dart through through what eventually comes to be the night sky as the sun sets, as you continue riding on, you don't perceive anyone to be following you effectively. You and the horse continue to press on, and you begin to come up to what looks to be a number of larger hills in the distance, the Desserin Hills. You recognize them as you yourselves flew over them not too long ago with the Feathergale Knights. As you make your way towards the closest couple of hills, I'm going to go ahead and hand the reins over to you as far as describing what you'd like to do.
Yeah, so I think I planted it out. Somewhere on the back end of this hill wouldn't hit the river if we're assuming 10 miles, and shouldn't hit the road.
One way to
I
find
mean,
out.
you can almost make it to the bottom.
Reneo, you get to what you hope to be is your destination, finding that the actual terrain looks a little bit different from how it's depicted on the map.
I'm sure that's fair. But Gorneo's gonna find a place that's distinguishable enough that he'll be able to find it again, and he will hide the orb.
You find a sandstone boulder sticking out of the earth.
That's right. But he's actually going to make sure that he hides the orb, so he's going to find a place to dig out a hole, bury it, and then put a solid rock on top of it and other kind of stuff to effectively bury it.
I'm gonna say roll a survival check,
Sure.
just to kind of see how well it matches with the nearby area. So there's not a whole lot to work with here, and much like freshly dug dirt, it does leave a noticeable different shade on top after you've reburied it and placed a couple of stones nearby, kind of scattering them what you presume to be in a much more natural pattern than a specific like pile to make it more noticeable.
Take time to make sure it looks good?
How long would you like to take?
Well, okay, so it's like late at night, right?
It's late at night, yeah.
So he'll at least take a solid 30 minutes to an hour making sure that it is hidden and doesn't look obvious, and then being able to commit where it is to memory.
All right. So as you take the next few minutes, kind of realizing it's going to probably take you a little bit of time to do this the way that you want to do it. Being it is darker now, and your dark vision isn't really helping as far as color to make it match into its nearby surroundings, seeing everything in kind of a black and white spectrum.
Wait, did you just say my dark vision?
Don't you yet? I would presumably cast dark vision with key point.
Oh, okay.
Otherwise,
Okay. Uh-huh. All right. Well,
otherwise you're wondering about the dark. So, choice is yours.
Yeah, I was just questioning your word choice. Yeah, if I don't have straight
about the absolute darkness, you're like, yeah.
If I don't have straight side dark vision, I will indeed use my.
That looks green.
That looks black. I don't know. That I can't see anything. That looks like a great hiding spot for it. I hope.
No, I just liked hearing that with your.
So, you pull out the small wooden box from around your own arm, and you place it into this patch of earth that you have selected both for its slight subtleties in the terrain to hopefully be able to recognize it again in the future, as well as the ability to presumably hide it somewhat better due to this locale. And as you place this small wooden box into this hole, one would assume you just start to bury it?
Yeah.
All right.
Well, like, my idea was kind of dig out a hole and then put, like, a rock on top of it, so it doesn't...
It's the rock.
Pirate treasure, bury it type of a thing, you know?
All right.
Like,
Right. So bury it and then put the rock on top, or just kind of make a smaller hole with a larger rock to cover up the top, like a lid.
Yeah, there you go. That's
Okay.
more what I was going for.
All right. So as you place this small little chest into this hole, you move one of the larger slate-like stone rocks that you have discovered on your travel, placing it over this hole that you have made, taking a few more minutes to scatter some of the dug-up earth so it's much less noticeable as you do so. The horse is continuing to throw a bit of a tantrum nearby, making this all the more effortful to do this, as he's continuing to distract you from your current objective. Nevertheless, you manage to finish what looks to be a fairly decent job at hiding this orb, or at the very least, as far as you can tell. Like, knowing where it's at, you're kind of having to look at this presumably objectively to be like, yeah, I don't think I would spot something out of the ordinary there, unless like you were specifically told to look over there. So hopefully that's good enough.
Okay, then
Maybe it's not going to last long enough that it has to be good enough, but it is what it is.
All right, then the next thing I'm going to do,
All right.
because I don't really trust LaRock, is I'm going to kind of go a little bit a ways from it.
He's gonna shoot it with a gun, see if he can set it off.
How far away from it would you like to travel?
So
like,
what
are we
I wanna
talking
do,
like 10 miles away from it, or just a few feet, or what?
Hold on, let me think for a moment.
All right, while you were thinking on that,
Yeah,
Amanda,
let me
you said
think.
she still has another question?
Yeah, I mean, I was just gonna ask him and see, like, he says he's been having these visions as well. I'd like to kind of know more about them, as I assumed I discussed basically online with his.
Well, you said it like you have an actual question.
Well, yeah, like, hey,
You want to RP
you've
it?
been having these visions. What did they entail? Like I said, mine had golden fields involved. Were yours any of the sort? Or you said the pick was involved. Did you happen to see anything alongside it, or just kind of the tidbits about his visions?
A number of these visions seem to be little more than Marlos about his day-to-day activities. But one specific vision, as you've taken to calling them, did reveal almost an assault on a spire in the middle of a valley, where I stepped through a portal from where I noticed to be the monastery to an area I was not myself familiar with. And upon doing so, I was greeted by Helen Ray, the abbess who wears herself the golden mask in the monastery. And a series of incantations were cast upon that spire itself. I could feel the energy pulsing through my hands, though it was not myself casting these spells. And a number of statues erupted all atop the top of the spire, raining down rock and stone upon us. Gazing around nearby, I was accompanied by Minotaur, stone-faced men, and a number of other individuals. And I could feel it in my very heart that the very intention was to completely obliterate this structure as well as anyone and everyone within. And I revealed one of these such orbs. I was keenly aware of the absolute power behind it in doing so. Feeling more than confident with the forces we had brought, I had charged this duty with Helen Ray to see through its completion. She delegated to her own as we stepped through the portal once again, returning to the monastery. That was when my vision ended.
Well, I can tell you that vision is very accurate, for we were inside that spire you speak of at that time. And we were able to stop the orb from destructing. Gorneo himself was able to grab it, or so I heard. I was knocked off the bridge.
It does indeed seem like our fates are intertwined.
I'm glad we were able to come to a agreement then instead of a disagreement, for I believe we'll make very well partners. We both seem to have the same goals in mind.
Suppose we'll find out. Assuming you're able to keep your end of the deal anyways.
I assure you, if we find this hammer, I have no intentions of keeping it from you. I would like to ask what you plan on doing with such an item, though.
I suppose I haven't thought any more upon that than you have thought upon what you do once you grasp that dagger.
Yes, but
Been yearning
you know.
something for so long, it's hard to say what I'd do with it once I finally got it. Do you know what you'd do? Should you finally grasp hold of the pommel of such a blade?
I can't say, to be honest. Suppose it all depends on what I'm feeling at the time.
Suppose you're right. And with that, Gorneo,
Dun, 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 Gorneo.
how far away from your burial site are you looking to move away?
All right, so I'm gonna put my horse right around there. so
All
kind
right.
of near to the road on the outside of the hill. And I'm gonna find a place to tie up the horse so it can rest.
So moving the horse back around to the outside of the Desert Hills, tying it off after you've buried this wooden box. And then
And I'm
what?
gonna make my way back over to where the box is stealthily, and I'm gonna watch it for a while.
Go ahead and roll me a stealth check. All right.
And I'm gonna go ahead and just take the point of exhaustion.
All right. And by that, I presume you mean you're staying up all night?
Yeah, and I'm actually gonna watch where I buried this thing.
All right. Can I get a Constitution save from you, sir? Staying up all night, can I get 3 of them, actually?
Ugh, God, my rolls suck.
So you, after what has happened the past couple of days and riding relatively hard from Tribor, avoiding the swarms of butterflies, and almost just kind of working yourself up a bit at what was sure to be some sort of onslaught in Westbridge, you've almost kind of mentally exhausted yourself. And now being guarded with what is potentially absolute destruction once again in the reach of the clutches of your own palm. This is a whole lot to be putting yourself through, and having buried it, now that you have effectively completing your mission, you feel just exhausted. And as you lay down in one of the nearby hills, after taking a couple of moments to cloak yourself fairly well with the natural elements, the warm, soothing clutches of sleep soon grasp hold of you. And though you try to, you are unable to stay awake. So you do take that point of exhaustion, but you still pass out.
That is weird how that works, but okay.
Effectively, it's like a forced march. So you're trying
really
to keep
haven't had
going,
time to
going,
rest.
going beyond time. But
guys
you're
hauled ass
physically
down here and then got in there and was ready to fight, and then hauled ass back out.
Like, mechanically, if you would like to wake up and then take a long rest, then you can still get rid of that point of exhaustion. But for now, effectively, you're just like too tired and just passing out, and you're presumably going to be woken up when the sun comes up.
Or when the nuclear bomb
If
goes
there's
off.
still a
Or,
sun.
You know,
Whichever
When
one
you're
happens.
there's a
Nearby.
nuclear device, apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It happened.
Let's Gorneo know that his
we
journey
will
has been
find out,
complete.
won't we?
Next
So
week.
nice. Meanwhile, Gorneo, Mushi, Mushi, I believe you're the only one still awake at this point in time. Effectively, anything else you would like to
What time is it?
speak with? It is getting late, like 9-10 p.m.-ish.
Okay. I'm gonna go until about midnight.
Luxus,
1
you
o'clock.
already went to your room.
I'm
if
not
I recall
sleeping.
correctly.
I'm awake.
Okay.
I only
Going
need 4
till
hours of
about
sleep,
midnight.
so I'm studying, but I'm awake for, at least another 3 hours, 4 hours.
All right. So Mushi, anything else?
I'm not that I can think of off the top of my head. I'm just enjoying
All right,
it.
so Mushi, eventually the night concludes. Larock kind of deems it getting a little beyond his own bedtime, and he leads you out of the room to what has been made up to be your own room in the inn before he bids you adieu for the night. And effectively, one by one, the party is roused by the sun the next morning. There has been no word back from Gorneo.
I guess after we all get up and about and I realize Gorneo's not there, I'll try and get him on the earpiece. I probably should have done that last night, but I don't want to.
When the sun comes up, I'm reading my spell book for my spells for the day. And I've got a cup of tea, and I got my mage hand giving me a massage, and I'm sitting in my room.
All right.
It's not going to be a very effective massage.
Mushi, what are you saying
It does what it
to
needs
Gorneo?
I'm an elf.
Gorneo,
Strange.
this is effectively what's waking you up.
Corneo, I expected you to be back by now. Is everything all right? Are you still alive?
So Corneo wakes up. How much of that does he actually catch?
Are you still alive?
With a passive perception of 16 with disadvantage, I would say most of that.
Okay, so
Enough, at the very least, to realize what she's saying.
So Corneo's eyes snap open. Before responding, he's gonna look and see if his hiding place.
Roll me a
is with
perception
Mr.
check.
Okay, with disadvantage for multiple reasons.
Because of the eyeball.
24.
24. The first thing that your eyes jump to is that spot that you left this orb buried before. It does not look like that stone that you left as a lid has been disturbed in the slightest, nor has nearby surroundings.
Corneo will respond. He'll say, sorry, I got to the hills and I buried the orb, but I was exhausted and had to take a break.
I understand, but make sure you get away from that thing before it takes you down with it, okay?
How long does Larock think this thing has till it explodes?
He didn't give me an exact time, but
You should ask.
Well, we're not sure how long it's been away from the cultists.
You should ask
It
him
depends.
anyways.
I will ask him as soon as I see him again. And I will wait until I see him. But
Alright,
you
so
need
for
to get
the
away
sake
from it,
of-
period. It doesn't matter when it's going to explode. You need to get away.
For the sake of speeding things up, eventually you run into Larock in the inn, and he looks to be breaking his fast on a relatively common meal, as opposed to what had been kind of an extravagant, all-out kind of showing last night with the wine and such. He looks to be having like a loaf of bread and some cold beans, as well as a couple of the common folk inside.
Rock, I've contacted Gorneo, and he was wondering if you had maybe a specific time frame for these orbs to go off after they're out.
Moxus and Grabender, feel free to interject at whatever time your character would. So Loxus takes a moment, kind of wiping away some of the beans from his mouth. He says, when last I heard, a number of spells were capable of identifying precisely how long these orbs had left. Spells such as Identify, Cast Upon It, or Divination.
You're saying we have to cast that to you're saying we have to cast one of those on it to understand how long it has left?
To know exactly how long each one would have left.
Gorneo, unless you can cast spells, there's really no way of telling exactly how long there's left on it.
I'm worried if I just leave this here that somebody will find it.
If they find it, they can't have it long. You shouldn't be.
We have no guarantee of that, Mushi.
Well, we have a word that says it'll destruct if it's out of the cultist's hands for a certain amount of time. So I would assume that's enough to stay away from it, not get yourself killed.
I'm trying
Right.
to keep other people from getting killed, Mushi.
Didn't you put it in a secure location?
So
They
I
won't
overheard
find it.
this. I'm going to head back up to my room and cast divination.
All right.
I
you
overheard
cast it
that,
from that
and I
far
kick out
away?
my feet on the desk.
Whoa.
Arcane magic at its finest.
All right, Grabender, would you like to describe your spell for us?
This is new.
Fire for the win.
For the wood.
Basically, I just go, and I've got down that it costs 25 gold pieces worth of materials.
Yep.
Okay. Make sure about
Which
those on a
is how it
typo.
consumes.
Damn.
And effectively, you can ask a single question concerning a specific goal, event, or activity to occur within 7 days.
So once I conduct my spell stuff, I'm going to ask, for Bottom's guidance and ask how long till the orb of destruction that Gorneo has hidden. How long till it erupts or blows up?
Goes boom.
Go boom.
It's a lot of typing.
That is a lot of type.
Probably
I know,
nothing good.
Right? It's only supposed to be
So-
a short phrase, a cryptic rhyme, or an omen.
So is Miyushi sitting with Lorak again?
Yeah, basically. Standing next to him.
No
thing.
fun.
I think she has a crush on him.
I think so.
I'm curious, guys.
A crushing
always
wave of
are.
I've never met
emotions.
anyone
Oh.
like me before, and here he is sitting in front of me.
Well, you haven't asked me anything yet.
I don't trust you. You're a stranger we met on the outskirts of town who knows shit that you probably shouldn't know.
Doesn't
I'm
Lorak
starting-
know a lot of shit about you guys and you've never met and he's a stranger that you wanted to kill?
But we're on good terms now. We've shared our
The
dreams.
standards.
Presumably,
Oh,
Loxus is shouting this out in his room, like, "You guys are supposed to be mortal enemies. What's going on here? I don't understand any. All the signs point to this.
I can see
This
why the
outcome
dwarf
makes no
left.
sense whatsoever."
You just don't understand him.
So, yeah.
I'm gonna come down after I've gotten my 1 minute massage from my mage hand and
All right.
go downstairs.
Yeah, that massage.
Yeah, elves. We need that kind of thing. We have a lot of tension in our lives.
Right.
Yeah,
Tension.
tension.
All right, so Mushi, Loxus comes back into the main room.
Hair perfect, duds pressed. We're good to go. Good morning, Mushi. Lorak?
I'll just tilt my head to him, like nod kind of at him, but not really say anything. Like, we're not on speaking terms yet. We'll see if we ever get there. We'll see.
I'm gonna order some ham. Would you like some ham?
Lucas, you can't use that against me.
I can,
And he will.
and I will.
Damn. I'm not really a breakfast person.
Right up, sir. If you're not going to be having what's provided, I'm going to have to ask for 5 silver pieces for order.
I've heard an awful lot about these folks. Do you have a fizzbang?
I think it's a little early for that for one of your stature, but one could be made up, no problem.
Can we have a plate of pork and some other fine breakfast items and a fizzbang sent over to the tiefling Miyoshi, please?
Indeed, sir. That's going to run you about 2 gold.
That's fine.
Very well, sir. And he gets to work preparing a number of mystery meats as well as what looks to be 2 or 3 fizzbangs. Where he walks this tray in one hand and the 3 drinks over towards Mushi, setting him down in front of you, Mushi.
Oh, a fizzbang. It's early, but Gravenda would love this.
And I will take my beverage and a roll and go sit at the table, just sitting there, kind of leafing through my book, taking notes, jotting down what I believe things look like.
All right.
while I eat my bread.
All right.
So, a few minutes go by, and you see Gravender come walking back out from that end of the inn, and there's like lightning crackling around his nostrils, and he looks as mad as any of you guys have ever seen him.
Well, I've never seen him that bad.
But
But I've read about it.
It's
That doesn't look good.
okay. There are fizz bangs here.
Mushi, can I talk to you outside, please?
Okay. Yes. I'll follow you. I'll put the fizz bang down on the table before I walk out.
All right.
Sit. Kevin, are you quite all right? You seem a little more red than normal.
Mushi,
Yes.
we've been had.
We've been had. How so?
The spider lied to us. That orb is a fake.
Fake orb.
It's a fake. It has no more chance of erupting than.
Well, that's good news, kind of. I mean, at least it's fake. So it won't explode on us. That means there's another one out there that could explode anywhere. So,
What it means is that we have given that thief thousands of gold. It means that we have wasted our time. We have endangered the people of this valley because of a thief.
And as he's shouting this out, a couple of people in the nearby kind of common area are noticeably starting to kind of give a glance over for hurrying their children in the other direction.
Kevin, maybe you should keep your voice down just a tad. Scaring the children. I mean, money is just, material object. We're kind of about more than just money. We didn't really endanger many people by, I mean,
How
really,
long, Yushi?
we've done the opposite of it.
How long did we detour? How long did it take us to get to Yartar?
Well, I mean, it really took us just a few hours to get to Yartar. We were in quite a hurry. I think a day or so. Yes, okay, I understand. But then,
It took you at least
to be
3
fair,
days.
you and Gorneo both picked up objects that you have decided to attune to your bodies, and that's also kind of out of the way. So, I mean, we've made several bad decisions, yes, but I think now is the time to look at all these bad decisions of going on side objections, that we shouldn't have done in the first place, and just put all that behind us and just hit the problem where it is, right in the center, and just go for it. And I can tell Gorneo that it's safe for him to come home because it's nothing. He's guarding nothing. He is guarding an empty box. We haven't even opened the box to look at it.
Wait, what?
I haven't. I didn't say that in the air.
Oh.
But I'm saying.
What?
I'm saying to Gravender, we can tell you to come home now. So, Gorneo, good news. That orb will never destruct because it's fake.
It's what?
Hold on, Gorneo. I have to ask how you know this. I never really questioned your.
I asked for
Wait.
Bahamut's guidance on how
Yeah.
long Gorneo had to get safe.
What exactly did it say?
That the only orb Gorneo ever had within his grasp was destroyed with his own bag of holding.
Huh. Well, that is indeed interesting. So I mean, the entire time, the spider and everything, there was no orb.
You were lied to.
That makes me wonder what happened to the original orb. Because
It
mean,
makes me
clearly-
hope the spider has held on to it,
yes,
and her house collapses on top of her cursed head.
well, we already knew we didn't like her very much. Is there a way you can ask them where that orb is now? I mean, can you ask him another question?
Not now.
You're too angry. You have to calm down first.
We are meant to make our own decisions, Mushi, not to have our steps guided by the gods.
I was
It's
so
not
young.
every day for every question.
I didn't even know you could ask questions like that. Very interesting. But yeah, Gorneo. By the way, yes.
No, you'd probably learn a lot about me if you ever asked.
Cold.
Who's my mother?
She never asked Cognar.
I'm
She just made hand jokes at him the whole time.
sorry, Ravender. I should ask you questions. How is your arm doing, by the way? Speaking of questions.
Perhaps a different time, Mushi.
Tell me to ask you questions, and you tell me you don't want to answer them.
Yushi, what's going on?
Gorneo, regarding
Corneo's just been on hold this whole time.
regarding a fake orb, it's not real. Govinder asked the gods, and they said it's fake, so you have nothing to worry about. It won't detonate. You're safe. You're exhausted and tired for no reason. So I'm sorry. But you can come back, and we can head out, and we'll just forget all of this lovely incident ever happened.
Gorneo will say, stand by, and he's gonna go down to dig up that stupid box.
All right,
Something
Gorneo,
valuable in it.
having taken the precautions of only putting like the slate stone rock in the way, you are quick to heave it out of the way after hearing this. And there before you lies this small wooden box in a relatively freshly dug hole.
Pick it up and I open the box.
In the box, you can see what looks to be shards of glass, as well as some sort of folded up parchment. The same parchment that was revealed to one member of the party chose to say nothing of it.
So
At the
Cognar?
time.
What is this?
Cognar?
Corneo, if you
What's
would
in
like
the
to read this
box?
out loud to those listening on the earpiece.
What's in the
Yeah,
box?
actually, that's exactly what'll happen. So Gorneo will say, Mushi,
Oh, I remember that.
there's a letter in the box. It says, to the winning bidder,
I didn't know.
congratulations on your determination to win. As promised, your prize, a devastation orb. Unique in its destructive power, in the unspeakable suffering they cause, in the impossibility of controlling their effects, and in the threat they pose to the environment, to future generations, and indeed to the survival of all. Judging from your resolve to press on and make it through the crypt of memory, despite what you may have experienced, you are now here, with the orb in your hands. Due to your inability to lose, your single-minded resolution to get what you came for, combined with your excessive amount of coin, which you seemed so eager to depart with, even when marked up at an absolutely ludicrous price, all this has led you here, to an item whose construction is so unique that even in the right hands, this orb could never possibly be used for any purpose other than absolute and complete destruction, could never possibly be used for this something save for the most vile and evil act. Perhaps a fitting end for one so eager to obtain such an item of incomparable annihilation is to remain within the tomb of Lazagan, to suffer as he has, to forever reflect on the horrible atrocities you committed in your life, to remember with excruciating detail each terrible deed you performed, on the innocence that led you to this moment, to relieve your mistakes again and again until your body is incapable of living on, and even then, when you lack the physical will to go on, your life force will cease, but your eternal soul shall remain entombed here to continue your suffering. an eternal punishment, no doubt most vile, yet quite suitable for one as detestable as you, winning bidder. Who would go to any length to obtain such an item of absolute vile evil? As you are left here with an inert orb and an eternity to reflect, know that the world is better off without your wickedness to be inflicted upon it. Black Spider.
That is quite a letter they wrote, indeed.
I will say, I read most of that letter, completely forgot. I must have been drinking a lot that night.
Damn it, Cognar!
He couldn't read common anyway. That's alright.
I don't want to hear it. Sometimes you can.
Only when it feels like it.
I haven't
Corneo.
found out why Cognar chose to peace out from the party before they figured things out.
Corneo is just going to start, laughing. Kind of mad, insane laughing.
It kind of makes me wonder what would have happened to Corneo if Cognar didn't save him.
You were the one that endangered me, asshole.
Oh, he was going to kill you anyway. He knew who you were.
No! Ryan told me afterwards. You triggered the trap when
I
you
know.
fell down the ladder.
He would have killed
If you had never come down that hole, I could have grabbed the shit, vamped out, and would have been fine.
You still would have had an empty box.
Well, Gravender, if we would have opened that box, we would know that, indeed, there is no warp.
Grinner just stalks off.
It's very moody.
Loxus, Larock makes his way over to your table as you're kind of busying yourself about your own spellbook. And he sits down as he waits to meet your own gaze. Looks like there's some sort of a problem. Anything I should be aware of?
To be honest, they seem not that friendly with me, besides Gabender, so I don't know.
Hey, I was being nice to you.
You told me to shush.
Well, perhaps you
told
should
me to
find out.
One time.
I suppose, but it seems like you are more friendly with Miushi than I am. I can go ask the questions if you want.
Are you trying to insinuate something?
Are we
You
playing
guys
the
did
question
go into
game?
the back room with a bottle of wine.
No insinuations, just observations, my friend.
I like how quiet his voice got, like, no.
No.
Just
It seems your
real
friends
elf.
are awaiting you outside.
Well, let me just close this up and I'll go figure out what's going wrong.
And he reaches forward and closes the spellbook for you.
I kind of take it and slowly wipe it off, and I'll put it back in my coat. I'll go out and I'll grab the fizz bangs as I walk out and just kind of sneer at him for touching my spellbook. Just get away from him. And I'll walk out and see what's going on. What do I see? What do I see walking out of the
You see Mushi standing not too far away from the door of the inn, and you can see Gravender noticeably stomping off away from where Mushi's currently standing. A couple of individuals are kind of just like watching from a distance. Like they just saw like a fight break out or something. Like, you know, that crowd that kind of gathers just to watch but not to get involved.
Does Miushi look bewildered?
I would say yes.
Yes.
Okay. I very casually walk over and I will hand her a fizzbang. Say,
Miushi, you look like you could really use a drink right now. Is everything all right?
I'm gonna take the fizz bang and like I'm just gonna be staring at Gravender and like my mouth's kind of gonna be open. Like I'm not even like think of who I'm talking to. Like, oh yeah, okay. I'm just like in awe right now. I'll be like, yeah, it's he's very upset, but it appears we're in no danger. The orb is fake. So
Oh, how did you find out?
I'm gonna take a sip and then look at and like realize who I'm talking to and kind of like glare at him for a second. Like, oh, it's you.
I give her a big cheesy grin.
Gravender
Total
found
joke.
out.
He
I'll be
consulted
short.
with Bahamut.
Apparently so.
The gods are fearfully fascinating. But I mean, if you would have asked me, I could have tried something.
So you've been following us all this time, yet you didn't know that the orb was fake. You seem to know lots of information, yet sometimes you're not so helpful, are you?
I only know what I hear, and from what I've heard, you guys thought the orb was there in that box, so there was no way for me to know that it was a fake orb.
I suppose you're right.
Now, if you would have opened it and discussed it out loud at the many inns and taverns you've been through all over the countryside, then yes, I probably would have heard about it.
I would hope we wouldn't be as naive to discuss such matters inside an inn.
You just discussed them right outside the inn in the street.
Yes, but this is a different scenario completely. This whole town is under lockdown, basically. I'm not worried about information leaking here, although maybe I should be. And I'm going to look at you again.
And I give her another big grin, just totally not getting her glares, and say, well, yes, and from what I understand, there's been many times that you've had brawls right outside the inns and taverns, and, well, word passes. A lot of things, a lot of people know. Ask your friend Gorneo, he has connections, I believe. He knows a lot of things, and he hears far more.
I have been curious about a few of his things. I suppose I'd have to wait until he returns, huh?
Oh, just ask. I might be able to find it in my book.
As Loxus begins fumbling about his own book, for Bender, is there anything you would like to be doing specifically during this time?
No, he's going to walk off the anger.
Kind of taking a lap around town.
Yeah.
All right, so the next couple of hours go by, and Gorneo is able to make his way back to Westbridge, and the afternoon is starting to creep in on the town as Gorneo makes his way back, re-arriving to
I'm
town.
going to bring the box back with me with the shattered glass and everything.
All
I'm just
right.
going to put it back in my bag. I'm not going to say anything about it, but I'm going to bring it
All
back
right.
with me.
All right.
How many hours has it been since I sent the Raven off now?
At this point, about 28 hours.
We haven't heard anything yet.
Haven't heard anything yet.
Are the Deseret Hills particularly dangerous?
I mean, more so than like the well-beaten pathway.
What you thinking?
That Gorneo might just camp out there and stay away from civilization.
Might just
for
never
6
return.
But
Become a
he's
hermit?
Take his
healing up.
wooden box and just
He's healing
leave
up
forever.
He thinks having Gerbender spellcasting is probably good for his eye, so he will go back.
I guess if I've got time for a short talk with Mushi, I'll ask her if she knows some specific magics.
How do you
Any
mean?
specifics you're asking about?
Yeah, I like fire.
I kind of
Specifically, I like
figured
fire.
with your don't mind me saying, your hot temper.
Hot temper, you say?
You quite scolded me when I was trying to tell you something earlier.
Really now?
Yes. And I was mentioning that you went through your transformation and you didn't seem to take kindly to that.
My transformation, you say? I don't recall you mentioning that. I think you were too far back from Yushi to hear it.
I'm pretty sure you responded. And I told
Well,
you that I
Amanda
studied.
did, but what do you know of my transformation, or what do you think you know?
Well, I have heard in rare occurrences that the what some people like to call the essence of the phoenix will arise in certain tieflings whose bloodlines run hotter than others, where they can be reborn and reimagined into something far stronger than they were before. And it seems like yours has been quite powerful.
It does appear so, huh? What other
I am
instances have?
fabulous, go on.
I'm very badass. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna argue. No.
Don't shut up. Keep going.
Yes, keep
You.
going. I'm glad you brought me this thing now. No.
I have another.
What other studies have you done on such occurrences? Have they all ended well? Alive?
Some result just
Over
in
the
skin
space?
change, some in just horns or nails, and some go catastrophic, and there's been words of tieflings exploding when they reach maximum critical temperature.
That is interesting. Something to
Yes.
keep in mind with my hot temper, as you say.
Yeah, I've heard that if you ignite the flames and then you push it even further, there could be like I said, a catastrophic failure. You could implode like a star.
Well, that could be useful in case it were to come down to such a situation. It may be needed.
Not if it kills all
Wonder
your friends
how-
around you.
They're already dead, though.
True. Should hope not.
I would hope not, but this is very useful information for once, Mr. Moxus. I'm gonna tap my chin and stare at you for a minute, like
Just call
I
me
feel like
Loxus,
you just
not
plotted
Mister.
our death.
weird.
Again.
No, it's just plotting her after death.
Well, it's nothing that she hasn't already done.
I've literally had that plotted for a while, so.
All right.
But
So
no,
the
specifically.
Go ahead.
No.
Otherwise, we're going to skip forward.
No, I'm just trying to warm Ishi up to the idea of let's trade spells at some point.
I just.
So,
like,
but
you
I'm
just want to,
easing in
melt
by
my
like
spells to you. I don't know how that works.
I was gonna
You
say,
would make a
actually,
spell
with the sorcerer, the only thing you could do to get her spell would be to have her cast it into a scroll,
which is
and then you could scribe it. Because she doesn't have a spell book.
right. That's what
No,
I'm
but
saying.
I have a few scrolls.
That's true, but those would take up your scrolls. It would
Yeah.
eat them.
But
Yeah.
he would be able to use them then, if I trusted you enough, maybe.
Well, that's something that we can discuss further. But I might be able to provide scrolls for you for short-term benefits, and you could provide scrolls for me for long-term benefits for everybody.
That's an interesting proposition.
Of course, once we have enough coin, then we can trade those things.
Well, as you heard, we apparently spent all of our coin on something that doesn't exist.
You spent all your coin.
Okay, where have you been? Don't you listen to everything that happens?
I'm not in your head.
Oh yes, that was in the earring, wasn't it?
Yes. I
Well,
can detect it.
you are you're still aware of the fact that we bought the orb, and
Yes.
the orb was fake, and we
I
spent
thought it was
all of our
real, so
funds.
it was money well spent at the time.
Yes, now you know that we still have no money and we have no orb.
Why didn't you
You
check
know,
to see if the orb was real? Before you spent your money.
And it wasn't that simple. You were there. Don't you follow us around?
So as this conversation kind of continues for a couple of more hours, with Yushi noticeably kind of trying to ease her way out of the conversation and start taking a few steps away before Loxus is like, oh, why didn't you guys check to see if it was fake before? And then following her along a couple of steps before she stops to continue the conversation.
Slide back in.
And she tries this again and again and again. He
I don't get
doesn't
the
seem to
hint.
take these cues.
Not at all.
But Gorneo rides back into town. And towards the outskirts of town, Gorneo, you can see Sedina starting to kind of like loop around some of the outer buildings. Just like, almost like she's going out of her way to kind of make sure that nothing looks to be out of the ordinary. Not so much like still sneaking around like you guys did the day before, but kind of just making a bigger loop around the town. Kind of like Rebender is currently, but with a lot less stomping.
Oh yeah, after hours of gushing over spells, I'm sure we go back and tell Larock that it's safe.
Not that question, but I just wanted to put that in there that we probably
All right.
went in there and be like, hey, Larock, by the way, this is what happened, because that's why he sent Loxus out there. But I mean, if Loxus eventually, Miyoshi would go and tell him.
I'm
'cause
fanboying
Gurvinder stopped.
over Miyoshi's spells.
All right. Gorneo makes his way back to town as the sun is starting to set.
Oh,
And there's still been no word back from the Feathergale Society or no sight of them as of yet.
okay. I have a question.
Go ahead.
So I know I didn't say it last night, but is there any way I could possibly be working on crafting right now?
If you'd said it, absolutely.
Yeah, but
Otherwise, if you want to be
tonight.
waiting,
Starting
if
tonight.
you want to start right now, you can start right now.
Yeah, I'd like to start that.
All right. So as you sit down at a table and start pulling out a number of your alchemical ingredients, Loxus sits down beside you and just continues this conversation that he's been so enthralled with thus far. As Miyoshi, you begin preparing which of your
I'm going to try and finish my antitoxin. I have 1 or 2 days complete, so I'd like to try and finish that one.
All right.
Waiting to hear from the Feathergale Knights and really
Is there
hoping
any
that
way I can assist with my alchemical knowledge or arcane knowledge of altering spells?
Are you proficient in alchemical tools, whatever the tool set is?
No, but I'm proficient in bullshit, and I'm sure I could help in some way with that.
I'm going to say no then.
that might give me like
Unless you are proficient with the spell.
Which
Is she making fertilizer? Because then proficiency in bullshit would help.
I mean, it is an antitoxin, so.
Like anti-venom, I think, is the spell equivalent.
Nope. Out of my wheelhouse. I gotta talk to Gurvinder about that.
So,
although
you
I
are
can cast anything with poison.
on and on about what she should be doing with the potions, and you notice that she's noticeably ignoring your advice as she continues to do what, more or less, like what she was instructed to do. As she's going about pouring these ingredients, so you should use a little bit less of that, and she's just continuing to pour. A little loud, that's a little heavy, but oh, it's your potion. Do as you'd like. Clearly, no idea what you're talking about. You're continuing to just kind of talk out your ass about how it should be made. But Mushi, effectively, I would say you can get another day's. You can finish the second day's worth of
awesome. So now I officially have antitoxin.
Boom, you got a potion. Look at that.
That potion, guys! It only took like 10 days.
Borneo makes his way
geez,
back
good,
to the
Mushi.
inn. Presumably, Gurvinder makes his way back to the inn eventually.
Yeah, after like an hour of stomping around, I calmed down enough to go back.
And Larock is just kind of looking at you guys after hearing what Mushi told him. And he makes his way up to Gorneo. I would like to offer an apology for the night before, as your tiefling friend Mushi was keen to point out your possession of such an orb, and knowing how volatile they can be. My first priority was of the safety of the people of Westbridge. And if this orb had indeed been fully functional or capable of the destruction we believed it to be, the sooner it was gone, the better. I meant nothing of attempting to block your path earlier, but I simply wanted it gone.
That's fine. I understand and shared the sentiment. I sat and watched the orb to make sure it was undisturbed, fully aware that it might go off. So I understand.
You seem to have a bit of a tactical mind about you. I respect that.
It's probably going to get me killed.
Perhaps. Only time will tell.
Yes, but for now, I need food and some rest. I'm very tired.
Dardrigan, continue to get these folk whatever they should wish.
And my thanks to whoever's horse I borrowed. It came back safe.
Exhausted.
They were more than compensated for it. So upon knowing it's been returned, perhaps I'll have to have another visit.
And I'm assuming, DM, that somebody went and got our 2 horses.
Assuming you guys would have sent somebody, absolute. Even Sedina.
I was assuming Sedina would have been like, "Oh yeah, we left 2 horses out there. You know, I'm a ranger. I'm gonna get those. You know, something like that." Or you know, Paul Buddy brought them in. Something like that.
Right.
Frank the friendly giant.
As Lux continued to just run his mouth to Mushi about everything and anything he's observed thus far, Sedina kind of picks up on something that Loxus is saying, like, "Oh yeah, the horses," and she takes off out of town.
Like, yes, I remember you walking by with your horses and leaving them tied up to die.
And Gornea, as you were making your way back into town, you can see tied up out front of the inn the horses that were gifted to you from the halfling folk in Tribor. So your 2 horses are back with the party, effectively.
Cool. Gorneo will eat and sleep.
All right.
So
I go grab that plate of ham and I give it to Mushi now that she's come back in.
it's been a decently long time now since we sent the thing.
Closing in on like 36 hours, I think.
Oh, Gorneo will also ask Gerbender to cast the spell on his eye that he's been casting. He doesn't know what it's called.
Lesser restoration.
Hey, what are you barking at?
Lesser restoration. He's trying to tell
That's
you.
what he's barking at.
So since everyone's back at the tavern now, and I assume we're all just kind of hanging out and no one's gone to bed yet, I'd like to mention, hey, Snowfeather Gale Knight's here. I'm not
How
sure.
long does it typically take for them to respond?
The last time it took him
14 hours.
I was like, I wanted to say it, but I was like, I don't know if that's metagaming or not. But like 14 hours.
Let's put it this way. Loxus is going to metagame until the point where he doesn't need to metagame anymore, and then we'll be all be on the same track.
Oh God.
It's kind of like Gorneo. He's like, he'll metagame just enough until he doesn't need to anymore.
Except it's like having that stalker who knows everything about you better than you know yourself.
I know how many times you cast Fireball.
How many?
It's a lot.
It's a lot. I ran out of tally marks.
Do you see these 2 pages? It fills them up.
Yeah, so I would say it's been far longer than it normally takes them to get back with us. However, we are farther from them than we have yet to be in the past.
DM, I have a question.
Shoot.
How many days has it been since we left the monastery?
Since you left the monastery,
Because we left the monastery and then went to Yartar and then Tribor and then got
so
stuck
it's
in
been
the
at
bog,
least
right?
a 10 days since we left there, right?
stand by.
It was at least a 10-day in the bog.
I want to say just rough estimate. We're at like 2 10 days, I think.
No. It'd be closer to like
This is your 14th
He said
day
stand
since
by.
you left.
14. I was so close.
We must have been traveling fast. God.
Okay, so we're 5 days past the time that we told Lady Ushin when we would be back.
Yes.
And now we're going to be even further.
Do we have any way of getting in contact with Lady Ushin?
Not since my raven left, and I don't know what happened to it.
Loxus, do you have any spells that allow you to communicate over long distances?
Let me see here. No, unfortunately, all I have is short-range transmissions. I.e. yelling.
That's not very nice.
That's not a spell, is it?
Yes, it's called louder voice. No, no. Unfortunately, no. I do not have any spells to send a message.
We need to do something to get in contact with them.
I think we need to start moving.
I agree. So with horses, how many miles do we go in a day?
I think it's
60.
60 miles in a day with horses.
Yeah.
It's 30 miles if you have a wagon, right? Or 40 miles with a wagon.
I bumped up the daily travel time to 30 just to make things easier with a 5-mile hex.
We could effectively almost make it to the Feathergale Spire in one day with horses.
We should not go to Red Larch, though.
No, we shouldn't take him to Red Larch.
Well, him and
Okay, so
we owe
30
someone money in
here.
Red Larch. So I don't want to go there.
30-ish here.
Well,
So
we
could
have
make
to
it
take
to the
him
River
to the
Guard
monastery,
Keep
though,
in
right?
about
So
a day.
not going over roads or paths like the dotted line, it's difficult terrain through the hills.
Right.
Right.
But we have
so
to go
this
to
is
the
like
monastery
30,
before we
this
go to
is
the River
like-
Keep.
So I already outlined, so this one, the Stone Trail, that's 40 miles to that fort.
So like we could make it to the Scarlet Moon Hall in one day.
You could certainly try.
Okay.
No,
I think
he's
that's
got
a
it
good
marked
place
40
to camp.
miles from Westbridge to the
You can
bridge.
get to right there in 60 miles if
Where
you
did
left
you
in the
think?
morning.
Didn't see
God
it.
damn it. Stand by.
You're on the GM layer.
To that hex, yeah.
So we can make it almost to the Scarlet Moon Hall. Or we could just all go through the River Guard Keep together and just kill everything with this dude. Or we could all just go to the River Guard Keep together.
But we have paladins at the Sacred Stone Monastery. I think it would be
Okay,
smart.
We
here's
don't
what we
have
can
to
do.
go through
Okay,
the monastery.
So we could. Okay, here's what we can do. So we can take a day, and we can get here, right?
Yeah.
And then the next day, part of the group can head towards the River Guard Keep, and then somebody can head towards Sacred Stone Monastery. Like somebody like Gorneo can head towards the monastery, tell them what's going on, and then meet you at the keep.
All right.
What do you guys think of that?
Well, you would know that you'd have to leave your earring with Larocque, so we can kind of track his movements along with our own, so we know where to meet and when to meet and what's going on.
Right, and we could do that once we get to the Destron Valley.
What is the purpose of him
But-
sending him by himself again?
I'm gonna go tell the paladins what's going on.
No. Why are we sending him through somewhere we already cleared? If he's so
'Cause it's
strong, he
not-
should be fighting with us.
It's not a bad idea.
What's the point? I mean,
The paladins can take care of the earth cultists, assuming that they're still doing okay. We need to check in with them first and get more information.
I'm new here, but it seems like that's a waste of time. If we are supposed to get in there and eradicate the cults, going in and checking on people is probably not the wisest thing to do.
Loxus, how good are you at fighting?
I can blow stuff up.
How often can you do it?
Quite often.
Despite what your new companion seems to be vocalizing with his own opinions, if you're making your way to the Sacred Stone Monastery, is that not the route you wish for me to take?
I believe so.
Should I not be accompanying you on this
Well, that's
journey?
what that was more so what I was getting at. If we could split up from there and one group can go to the monastery, one can go to the River Guard Keep, and then I can rendezvous with my companions.
It's very doable.
Anybody else? Opinions?
Shall we fade to a montage?
I like to fade to a montage.
All right.
We've had like 3 sessions of planning.
Whole lot of planning. All right. That's good.
So we're gonna send a group with the back.
To be
We can get,
fair,
like a pincer
Tornado
movement.
is actually trying to mechanically make it last a little longer.
For his eyeball.
Because if I could stretch this to about 7 days, it might be, the difference between, if, I keep playing Corneo or, kill him off because he only has one eye.
Well, then don't choose to put an eyeball in your eye.
We're going to find out, aren't we?
All right.
Well, don't
So
choose to
with
cut off your own
that-
hand.
I'm just kidding.
Oh wait.
The party sleeps
stop me from
another
doing that.
night here in Westbridge and vows to set off early at the rise of the sun the following morn. And upon doing so, presumably, Prebender once again casts Lesser Restoration upon himself and Gorneo to start the day off. Loxus prepares his book of spells, and one by one the party exits the inn, where Laroque greets them, each with a total of 3 additional horses, 1 for himself and 2 for who isn't riding on the party's already acquired horses.
Yay.
So everybody is now effectively mounted, and as you
Is
guys
there
are
an
making,
ox?
there is not.
Damn.
No, that's a shame.
But as the party is making their way out of town, you do come across your companion Sedina Wolfpaw towards the, not so much the outskirts anymore, but further into town. Like she's slowly acclimating to it. Also, Gornea, you are no longer exhausted after that night's rest.
Yay!
And as Sedina is approaching the party, she kind of, after getting a quick rundown of what's happening, she's going to inform you guys that she's going to be choosing to stay here to keep an eye on the folk to make sure that they're safe. That she and Greypaw will do what they can should any trouble arise, and she will effectively try to keep the peace, whatever the outcome.
All right. Seems
And
reasonable.
if you are to see any Feather Gale Knights, just explain to them that you know us and you're with us, and
Why don't you leave her a
Please.
note?
I will leave a
The
note
note?
just about the same as I left for the Feather Gale Knights, like almost the exact same.
All right.
And I will pull out a copy of the note that I watched her write. No. Right out.
All right. So can I get perception checks from everybody?
Is it
As
visual?
one by one,
Sure.
this is visual, yes. As one by one, the party once again takes formation and starts making their way out of town.
12.
Oh, jeez.
All right. So I'm setting you and. So as you guys are leaving, Gorneo and Grubender get a quick look over their own shoulders, and they see Sedina making her way up to this other individual, the link of which I sent you, and she speaks with them for a brief moment before they both kind of give a nod of understanding and kind of split ways. Sedina heading towards the center of town, and the other individual making their way kind of back around to the outskirts towards the south. But there was a noticeable understanding between the two, like they are on the same level at the
Wait,
very
is that-
like they are working together.
That was Greypaw?
As you guys believe, you got sight of Greypaw.
Okay.
I didn't see him.
You did
Yeah,
not.
I had a higher score than Gorneo, so I was trying to figure out what the hell I was seeing.
Oh, I did.
That's alright. I was like, what?
It's weird whenever yours doesn't match up with everyone else's because you
I'm-
rolled in person.
I like rolling my dice. They're relatively good to me.
So everybody except for Mushi.
Ha
Of Greypaw.
Aww.
Oh, poor Mushi.
But nevertheless,
I'll be okay.
jumping right into it, we're going to make this a skill challenge.
Oh, to get to the places?
The better you guys do, the further you can ride
Oh.
each day of your
Oh,
journey.
God.
So, as we start this off, can I get initiative rolls from everybody?
Can I choose to fail to slow things down?
Oh, you want to slow things down too?
Well, I would like the use of my arm before we go fight people.
We could have
Does
decided
that
not
have
to
a
leave.
choke?
Jake or Bender understands me.
There we go. There we go.
Additionally, you guys are going to be flanked to behind the party on the left and the right by a couple of hobgoblins that Larock is bringing with, a couple of his own men, and each of these hobgoblins is riding a warg. He identifies these hobgoblins as Gert and Blitz.
Can I be added to the initiative, please?
No, you may not. Go find your own initiative.
I can't. I'm sorry.
He's too busy up in everyone else's business to find his own path.
See, I tried to roll initiative and it wouldn't let me.
That is weird.
Did you have your token selected?
It's black.
I just went to my character sheet and hit initiative.
Yeah, you have to have your token.
Yeah.
I can't
And I
see
tried
my
that
token.
originally.
Oh, there it is.
And
Haha!
Loxus. So there's Scribender.
I like making things difficult.
Loxus. At turn. Loxus, what are you at?
23.
23. Look at this guy. All right,
With a 0 dex modifier, guys. It's fucking awesome.
here we go.
Do you have the alert
Loxus,
fee?
first one
What's
out of
that?
the gates. What are you doing, Loxus?
Oh, okay. So this is a skill challenge on trying to ride faster, right?
It's whatever you want it to be, effectively.
What? Yeah, but essentially,
Repeating a skill used by somebody else is going to either increase the difficulty, or if it's like Loxa says he just wants to ride the horse faster, making an animal handling check, and then Gorneo's like, I want to just ride the horse faster to make an animal handling check, that's going to cause disadvantage for that same skill being used. If you want to try and word it so that you're like, Gorneo's like, well, I want to make use of the bonding time I have with my horse to know that he likes carrots. And make that.
Well, what
And
I will do is I
That kind
will.
of double jump is going to increase the DC,
Okay.
but it will be doable.
All right. So I want to cast a spell. I'm going to cast Levitate on myself to make myself lighter for the horse. So he's
All
carrying
right.
less weight, so he should get less fatigued.
All right, go ahead and roll me a concentration check.
Certainly. That's really good. Concentration plus 2. 16.
16. Dope.
And I will check that off. So hopefully, my already light frame is even lighter for him. And I'm assuming that I'm going to hold on to the stirrups and the reins in order to not float away.
8 successes before 3 failures.
Oh, damn it, Ben.
Wow.
Damn it, Ben. What?
Wow.
You know
That's
why.
not very
You know
nice.
why. You know why.
No, I really don't.
I
that was
just don't
so
want to
much
end up in
fun.
the same
Oh my God, I love
situation
that.
I ended up last time.
That was so much fun.
All right. But you do manage to make your own travel somewhat easier on your horse, and you are able to catch up with the party, continuing to ride faster, it seems. At the very least, for a longer period of time.
Okay.
Gorneo.
I will, in order to help us move quicker through the more difficult parts of the terrain, right out in front and make sure that I'm keeping an eye out for everything and helping people navigate the terrain and stuff by spotting out any kind of obstacles or other things that we need to go around and help generally lead the group.
So this is going to be your choice to roll either a survival check or a perception check.
I'll roll
Visual.
perception with the disadvantage.
All right.
16.
Another success from the party. So you do manage to point out the occasional kind of stray rock that looks like if a horse were to hit it, it would probably significantly slow the party down, if not take one of the horses out of the running completely. And being able to avoid a number of these rocks, stones, and obstructions, we come to Mushi.
Okay, so I'm not sure if this should be charisma, deception, or persuasion.
Tell us what you want to do, and we'll find out.
But I'm trying to do is kind of like uplift everyone's spirits. Like, hey guys, we've been, working for this goal for a long time, and we're finally going. So that way, like, we're not focusing so much on how long and hard we're riding. We're like, oh hey, this is kind of not so bad. But could be deception because it's like, yeah, this is fucking death.
That sounds like a charisma check to try and keep everyone's morale high.
Yeah, so we're happier.
That's our third success. Jesus.
Hey, doing good, guys.
Killing it. You're killing it.
Don't worry.
So as the hours press on, Mishi is able to keep spirits high and slowly starting to pick them up a bit after the revealed betrayal, deception, omission that they have just endured from both the Black Spider as well as their departed comrade Cognar. And with that, Grabender.
Hope
So,
Cognar went back and
Just,
murdered
just out of curiosity, what
Murdered who?
the spider.
success gets us to the monastery faster?
Faster, yes.
So
What does failure do?
One way to find out.
You break your horse and die.
Oh,
I
Get
don't.
struck down by a vague
I'm not a ranger,
lightning
so I don't know that.
absolutely doesn't do lightning damage because one of you is resistant to that such.
um,
Can I change the element of that spell?
well, I guess what I'm gonna do then is nobody's actually made an animal handling check yet, have they?
Mm-mm.
So I'm gonna, like, as we take breaks and stuff, make sure that the horses seem to be okay. Try to do any sort of care for the horses that I know how to do to help make sure they stay
All
in
right,
good shape.
go ahead and roll me an animal handling check.
Nice.
Dang it!
Fender, despite what has happened to you in
You
the
shouldn't choose
past,
something that's
on
wisdom.
more than one occasion, you seem to be overcoming your discomfort with traveling animals due to your own kind of dependence upon them.
It's only the flying kind.
And you traveling at greater speeds across the land, this close to the ground is a little more comfortable to you, and so you kind of want to take the opportunities that you guys get as you are kind of taking these brief rests throughout your journey to kind of water up the horses, talking to them a little bit, guiding them ever so slightly, kind of just like talking to them the way you would a dog, kind of be like, yeah, you're doing great, bud, keep up the great work, just to make sure that they don't buck you off at the next turn. And that is another success, sir. Loxus.
All right. I'm going to use prestidigitation in front of my horse to give it the smell of candied carrots, so carrots and sugar cubes, to try to encourage, literally a carrot on a stick, to encourage the horse to move forward, chasing after that smell. And I'm going to continuously cast it in front of the horse.
All right, go ahead and roll me an Arcana check.
Yeah. Let's go purple. Purple's Arcana-y. Don't... Shit.
Don't let that fool you.
Oh, that's not bad. That's 15.
15. As you continue to make what you hope to be pleasant smells to the horses in front of its face, hopefully to lead it on and not to distract it or the other horses nearby too much, it does seem to be working.
Ooh. Yay.
Gorneo.
What are we up to? I'm not keeping track.
5-0.
Wow.
I'm 0.
Oh, hey. Ha
Nick, are you muted? Oh,
He's pondering
thinking.
feverishly. Nick's like, can we just wait till night and I'll just bamf faster than the fucking horses?
I'll carry the horse if I have to.
Yeah, I mean, we could just start rolling things at disadvantage. I'll try to ride faster. Nope, natural one.
Oh,
Nope, that's a failure.
Oh my goodness.
Natural 1 makes that.
I go kind of slow while I'm out
Two
scouting
failures.
about, and
Two
don't help
failures.
with moving it.
All right. Gorneo, as you decide to just force the horse faster, it seems to be distracted by some sort of smell or a scent nearby, and it just kind of turns its head ever so slightly, and it missteps just enough to really throw it off balance, and you are barely able to grab hold of the saddle to keep yourself upright on it, but this horse looks like it might have sprained one of its ankles and will likely be slowing the party down somewhat.
Gonna have to put it down.
Mushi.
Okay, so very much like Gerbender went around to the horses and made sure they were all, taken care of. I'd like to go around to the people, make sure everyone has like water and food and stuff like that, so they're ready for the journey. I would assume medicine check, but I'm not sure if that's what that is. Survival, maybe? I don't know. I'm hoping medicine to make sure they're all hydrated so they don't like collapse on the road.
If you want to expend a ration for everybody in the party, I would say we can make it a medicine check. Or a healer's kit if you have enough of them to go around. To kind of like patch up the leg of Gorneo's own horse. After what looks to be a sprain, if you want to, to patch up the sprain effectively. Not so much to like hand out food and the like.
Okay.
Not so much to water boy, but to, if you want to use your medicine abilities to medicine check like Gorneo's horse in this instance, or the others to see if they're starting to grow more and more fatigued. That is going to be failure numero tres.
Oh, guys, I'm sorry.
It seems that you are just not the best with horses.
Not really good with
Livestock.
animals, guys.
And Mushi, you kind of hope that you did your best, but there's really no promises. That leg might be broken, but you hope not.
But it's gonna be just
eventually you kind
fine.
of like the thumbs up, like, well, that's all we can do.
Yeah, I mean, he's bandaged. I mean, Gerbender probably could have done a better job, but I promise I did just as good as I could. He'll be fine.
Prevender.
I thought three failures was it.
Yes, it is.
So what happens?
So effectively, if this were Indiana Jones, it's like you guys just lifted the golden idol off of the thing. Things are now in motion that you don't know about. You can choose to make it
Worse?
further in your favor or worse off.
Okay, so where would you figure we are right now? Like, how far are we? In our
You have forked off from the stone bridge and are now in the Summer Hills themselves.
So we're heading
Assuming you guys are starting your second day of travel. Roughly.
Okay. Well, in that case, I'm going to start by making some perception checks. Since we're getting into the hills again, we fought gnolls, we fought all kinds of stuff in these hills before. So,
All right. Go ahead and roll this, and this DC is going to be increased because perception has been done before.
oh, it has. Okay.
Yeah, I did it. Still
All right.
good. Still good.
So you
Yeah,
kind of
you
start
guys wanted to fit.
surveying about the hills, and as you guys are continuing to press onwards and kind of riding your horses probably beyond what they should be capable of doing at this point, especially with that sprained, possibly broken leg of the one horse. As you guys veer over the top of one of these hills, cresting opposite you, roughly maybe 200 feet in front of you, there looks to be a pair of wings, like that of a vulture, kind of flying towards the north. You are able to glean the shimmering armor of what you identify to be the garb of a Feathergale knight on top of this winged beast of the air as it crests over this hill and continues to be flying before another pops up on the other side of the path. Both of them seem to be following this path effectively, heading to the north and the opposite direction of the party's travel. And it seems that they have spotted you as a couple of smaller figures veer off. One after another behind this armored knight. And they seem to be just dropping off the sides of this winged monstrosity before you, this winged beast. And as they do so, they open up their arms, revealing this almost gliding squirrel-like wingsuit.
Oh
As they
shit,
start
they're air
moving
cultists.
in your direction.
No,
Fuck!
And I'm going to ask everybody to reroll initiative.
Oh god. Damn it!
I mean, I kind of hate to do this, but it is like 10 o'clock.
So
Wouldn't
this
this
is
be the
where we're
perfect
going
place to pick up?
So 13 for 17 for Luxus.
What's your initiative modifier?
4.
Okay, I go before him.
And gosh darn it. As you guys are getting, as this distance is closing on the party, so we got Mushi, Gorneo, Grubender,
It's all of us.
Luxus.
What is this?
Did you just change yours to 17, Luxus?
Yep, I was 23.
Okay. Okay, dokie.
We need a Mr.
And
Laurent.
my initiative is 5, so I go before him.
Go Dex.
I certainly hope that you go before him.
Yeah, you don't want the scrawny bookworm. to
Pretty
be
sure
going
that's
before
how
you.
this works.
Assuming you're going first. As across the way, a number of these individuals garbed in these winged suits look to be adorned with large, almost bat-like ears
Oh,
atop of the head.
those are the air cultists.
And these almost vultures, as they make their way closer, there's something demonic about them.
Oh no.
Their
Is that a frog?
legs extend further than the legs of a vulture should. Their rear legs equally long, like it's a four-legged beast rather than an ordinary vulture, and it looks to be twisted and hideous in its appearance.
Oh, awesome.
Grubender, being a cleric, a follower of the holy orders, you would recognize this to be a fiend, a Vrock.
And with my religion score, would that be something that I would maybe know about?
We can find that out next week.
Passive 18 on that, so.
Should have worked on my featherfall ring.
Yeah. That'd be helpful right now, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Well, you're not flying.
Yeah, it doesn't say he's not going to pick me up and drop me from the air.
Got a point.
Now's your chance to go all Phoenix and blow his shit up and die a terrible death like you wanted.
Right?
You know?
Everyone's happy. Everybody wins.
Sometimes things are just meant to be that way.
Hey.
All right. Well, that's where we're ending tonight's session, guys. We're going to be jumping right into combat next week.
Good session.
It's been a little
Yushi,
while.
why did you fail us? Why did you do that to us?
Oh, blame her.
Sorry. I only got one failure. Makes you guys feel better. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, it's not like she rolled a natural 1 or anything. Jeez.
Mm-hmm.
it could be worse. It could be 4.
Right? It could have been
So
4.
3.
Except it was 4. Because the DC went up because
Wait.
perception was repeated.
4 failures, and I thought we had 3 failures.
We had
You did.
4
So
failures.
17 wasn't high enough?
17 was not high enough.
Oh.
It was 15, then it went up to 18 with the repeated check.
Oh,
Just missed that last one.
Hmm.
But it might be enough
So,
to
Talking
influence
about my
battles.
failures, huh?
But yeah, they are talking about your failures.
Don't worry, Miyoshi. I'm not talking about any of them.
But
You
with
should find
that,
out, girl.
Grubender character highlight for this session, and what is Grubender hoping to accomplish next session? There was a bit of a bomb revealed to the party in a number of ways. No pun was intended.
yeah, yeah.
Appropriate.
So, Remender is he's upset, but it's more because he's worried about what's happening to him than because of what's actually happening. It's like he's not happy that they got duped. He's not happy that the spider lied to them and all that kind of stuff. But he's more channeling his worry into anger. And so he's really looking forward to an opportunity to fight something. But at the same time, he's also really concerned that his arm is not functioning.
All right.
So his highlight, I guess, is kind of finding out what's really going on. What he's looking forward to next session. Like I said, he's ready to beat somebody down. He feels like it's been a long, frustrating. It feels like weeks, but he knows it's only been a few days.
At the very least, someone to take out this frustration of the black spider shenanigans out on.
Exactly.
All right. And jumping over to Gorneo.
Highlight.
Heroic ride out of town, whole Batman style with the bomb in hand.
Right? Like,
Circumstances
But it died,
had been
didn't you?
different. Could have
yeah,
been
I guess, I
Very.
liked the tension of the situation. I wasn't sure if Corneo was just going to blow up or something like that. So that was kind of, that was a genuine tension. I was like a little worried it was going to blow up and I was just going to have to play a new character. So I was taking that risk. So I guess that would be my highlight. But as for Gorneo's highlight, he didn't do much other than that.
He got a nice night out of the town, camped out beneath the stars.
Exhausted. Kind of failed
Yeah.
on multiple levels, but yeah, I don't know. He's excited that we are getting back to fighting the cults. So that is we are in motion, which is something. So yeah.
All right.
Next session, hopefully we don't lose to a bunch of punks who jumped us on the road. And ironically, it had the thought had crossed my mind to cast Pass Without a Trace and use stealth, and I should have done that.
But no, you wanted to fail.
Yeah, but I didn't think it would result in a combat. But that's okay. We are in their territory again, so I guess that's fair. But next session, I want to start pummeling some river brats and hopefully get some of these weapons, because this dagger is fun and all, but we need some better gear here.
All right.
Basically, I want that spear back.
Had a taste of that epic loot drop. Now
Dude,
I want it
that thing-
back.
Like, made playing Gorneo so easy. I was just like, yes, I have decisions. I have
Spear.
options. Now I'm just like, yeah, I have a dagger.
And Loxus,
Um,
new to the party.
yeah.
What's going through his head?
Oh,
His highlight of this
so
session.
so much. Everything's going through his head.
Always.
Always. No, I'm gonna say his highlight was. I was trying to stay in character as much as I could, just annoying the shit out of everybody. I think it worked. No, I think his general highlight was just trying to be helpful where he could, console Miyushi where he could. I just tried to play him light, and I think that was his highlight. Was just RP in it. I would say that was his highlight. Next session, hopefully not dying. This will be the first combat he's been in. So hopefully I don't run in there stupid and get him killed. And yeah,
Require some brain power.
yeah, brain power. God, I'm gonna need 3 beers next session.
God. And a new character to
And
follow.
a new character to follow. I've got one. No, I think,
Of course you do.
I do. But I think surviving the next combat will really judge where he's going mentally, I think. And it'll help me as a player know where to take him after the next combat, I think. So that and his dubious.
Kind of why I
plans.
wanted to do it like this,
Yeah.
so you kind of get a feel for the character before you level him up.
Yeah, and then his dubious plans of knowing everything about everyone is obviously still on the table.
And last and certainly evil, Yoshi,
Most definitely.
Oh,
Most
no.
definitely.
recruiting these other cultists now.
She is a cult leader. Oh my god.
How many sides
guys.
do
Holy
you guys?
shit, guys! I just realized that we got press ganged into the fire cult.
Yes, we did.
We're being
Guilty by
brainwashed to
association.
be joined into the fire cult.
She's very charismatic. Just
I'm
saying.
charismatic. You guys love me.
No one's tried to insight check her to see if she was
Says
gonna.
that she weaves spells to control their minds even further.
You guys don't even know
No,
about
I'm
me.
great. Remember,
I'm great. I'm great.
these aren't.
That's totally gonna be fine. Just don't even worry about it. Just don't worry.
She sends off a message, and all of a sudden, cultists show up. It's a little, it just seems a
Ooh.
little,
I let you
easy.
guys read the message. How convenient. No.
It's all part of the plan.
My highlight was getting to speak with LaRock. I mean, learning that, there's other people who have these visions of the weapons and that she's not completely crazy like some people keep saying she is. Like, oh my god, you can relate to me. That's cool.
No, you're both crazy.
That's cool too. At least I'm not alone being crazy. So it was nice to have someone be like, oh yeah, you had this dream. Well, I had this dream. Oh my god, no way. I have this dream. It's like, oh yeah. So, and then the fact that we actually have a battle plan is like exciting because Art is still somewhere, who knows where, and we just want to save him. So I'd really like to just like take these guys out and like have like this final clash of the clans and just be like, whoa, and like take them all out and be like, guys, we killed them all. Go build a farm. Be happy.
I love how you're still on the farm thing.
I just want to grow vegetables and not have an ox, and it'll be great.
That we've noticed as you keep tying up your ox next to cliff sides and leaving him there.
Mm-hmm.
Just happy to have
Maybe just nature will run its course. Oh, just gonna tie him up right here, inches away from the edge of this cliff, and whatever happens, happens, man.
It's out of my hands. The choice is his. Yeah. But next session, I want to like kill these guys. I want them dead, and I want the families dead, and I want them to suffer. And yeah, I just want to like take down the entire cult. Just
Mushi raped the Duquesne family.
Times in a week,
well,
she's walked off with a bad guy.
guys, he's a
So
lovely
far, it's
person.
been like every day of the week.
I know. I'm just saying, between her two characters, the Tuesday was an orc. This
We don't
dude,
need to speak about Tuesday. Terrible things happen.
Yeah, you're telling me.
Seducing the enemy.
I'm a cleric. No, I can't do that, but I can.
I distracted him, didn't I?
Just like that, she's lost all of her divinely gifted powers.
Oh, probably. That's gotta have repercussions.
Nah.
Yeah, anyways, let's not talk about that anymore. That's terrible. Nightmares. Yeah.
So,
Have 2 days to be away from it. And then you have to wake up Tuesday knowing you're waking up next to an orc.
I never fell asleep.
Is her Tuesday character gonna have beautiful half-orc babies?
I hope not.
Oh,
or some
God.
sort of
With your character? Half orc, half whatever the hell you are? Oh, God.
That'd be interesting.
Oh, they're gonna be
Monsters.
like 3/4 orc. Nice.
No, they're going to be like... I don't know if anybody else knows your character. I know your character, but oh my God.
Everyone should. I mean,
She's human.
now she is.
Now she is. At one point, though.
so it's like a poly.
That was riveting. I didn't hear anything he just said.
No,
You
I
guys...
saw
out
all
as
your
soon as-
lizard
Okay.
It's like a true polymorph spell. Once it's run its course, you're human once you're human.
Yeah.
Huh,
That's-
I'm human now.
She
We're
started
good.
out,
Don't
I
have to worry
think
about
you
feeding
wrote
babies.
in your backstory that you were like a dragon or something.
You're a dragon or
Human
something.
now.
So half dragon, half orc. What the hell is that?
A dork.
Dragor.
A dork.
Actually,
She created the dorks.
Oh,
it's like a kobold, I think.
Like a kobold.
well,
No,
that's
that's
racist.
not orc though.
Oh.
Kind of true.
Lizard folk?
Yeah, it's kind of like a kobold. Kobolds are mini dragons, essentially. Mixed with, like,
Mini.
goblinoid stuff.
I think
so...
that'd be like dragonborn in a human. Not an orc. Oh god. Abomination. Burn her. Burn her.
Actually, I
Whatever
guess
it is, it's
just a
going to
half
happen for sure.
It's gonna happen.
Bahamut will never forgive me.
Mechanically, you're a half dragon. That's
I'm,
what you would
I'm
be.
pretty sure. Oh god, I forgot my guy's name. And Xavier. I'm pretty sure he's proficient in medicine, so he might have to do an exam later.
You might have to save me.
Say ah!
So y'all.
Oh.